Hey, Gene, good to see you again.
You too, Michael. How you doing?
Very good, very good.
So you started recording right off. So wow, you got a lot of snow behind you. Wow, we
Oh, you haven't seen half of it. I've cleaned that like three times already.
goodness,
But yeah, there's a lot back there. It's
my gosh,
you can't see the mountains, but the mountains are just covered.
you're up in the mountains somewhere then.
Yeah, Lake Tahoe,
Yeah, wow. Oh my goodness,
Nevada side.
nice.
Yeah, yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, but right now I like the weather we're having. I'm enjoying getting out in the 60s, and today it was cold. I went out and did my Tai Chi and my Qigong, and it was in 40 degrees, and my hands got pretty chilled by the time I got done. I'm like, wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, when it's in the 50s, I'll still do it barefoot, but
Good.
40s, no. 50s, 60s, yeah, I do it barefoot so you get that grounding and the electrical charge.
There you
You
go.
know, all that stuff helps your health a lot. So, and then I do my sun gazing, for
Fantastic.
about 20, 30 minutes. Look at, we've had, today it's overcast, so I missed the morning when it was sun out. So I
Yeah.
kind of pathetic sun gazing through clouds, but
How long do you sun gaze for? What the time frame?
usually about 20, 30 minutes around
Nice.
1 o'clock in the afternoon, too. I
Oh, okay.
have done it one time up at 13,000 feet. I dropped my wife for a marathon. It was a beautiful lake. It was in the fall, so the leaves were all changing, the aspen leaves,
Hmm.
and no one was there after everybody dropped everybody. They took off.
Yeah.
So I stood in a martial arts stance,
Hmm.
Haiji Ichidashi, and sun gaze in that stance. So not moving until the sun moves, and I have to shift. And a couple came at about 2 hours in, and they were looking at me. I'm not moving for like 15 minutes. They're getting their stuff out to walk around the lake, and they go, "Is that a guy? Can't be. He's not moving. Must be one of those really lifelike statues." And then they walked all the way around the lake. And by that time, because this is a huge lake, I realized she's probably getting done. So I need to go. So it was about 4.5, 5 hours that I sun gazed nonstop and at 13,000 feet. And then I went in my Jeep and they go, "That's a guy? How did he do that? He didn't move for hours." I would, I didn't think that was possible. We're like lost for words. It's like pretty funny.
Yeah,
But I'm sure from special forces, you're used to the same kind of thing.
we love to sun gaze as well. So we've in some of the temples in Egypt on in the early mornings we've been by the temples and sun
Wow.
gazed. Yeah, that was some Queen Hatshepsut one there, and I think there was another one that we did. It was up close to the uh, Aswan Dam. Can't remember the
Wow.
name of it, but yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, boy, I would love to sun gaze at a place like that. I've done
No,
it.
it was
Yeah, I've done it at in Myanmar and some of the pyramids and temples, and some of them you have to get a tour guide, and he was like looking at us for like 15 minutes. We're staring over the temple where the sun is, right over the temple,
oh,
and
beautiful.
he goes, "How can you do that? I thought that makes you go blind." I go, "I've been doing it 30 years. When does that part happen?"
Exactly. Your eyes are probably better than most people's. Yeah.
And I go, "When I started this, my vision was 2045.
Mm.
Now my vision is 2050 is 20. What most people see at 15 feet, I can see at 20. It's
Yeah.
better than
Wow.
perfect." Yeah, and my nearsight reading, where you have to read small print, is also better than perfect. Is I actually had that tested when we moved out here. I did it for another 3 years. First got my driver's license though when I moved out, and they said, by the time you get to renew your driver's license in 10 years, you're going to be much older. At that
Hmm.
age, you usually will need correction. You're right on the edge right now at 2045. So
Wow.
you want to just go ahead and, DMV, not wait in the line and just go ahead and get it done and get whatever correction you can come in. So my wife got a Groupon and we went out to get it, and it was like an hour long examination on me. I'm holy smoke. So I
Hmm.
was sitting in the lobby while she got hers, and he comes down and he goes, "Why are you here?" I go, "Free LASIK. If she gets hers, I get mine free." And he goes, "Yeah, but we can't fix what you have." I go, "My eyes are that bad?" And he goes, "No, your eyes are that good. We don't fix better than perfect." And he goes, "How are you
Wow.
have better than perfect at your age?" And I told him, he goes, "That's supposed to make you go blind." Again, I said the same thing. And he goes, "I've never heard of people doing that like that." I go, "Well, you start at the very beginning at sunrise or sunset, and you build it up, 2 breaths a day to every week. You go up by 2 breaths a week." And then I got to where I was doing 49 at sunset. And then I said, "Well, let me go to noon." So I went to 7, 9, now I got to the point where I can do it all day anywhere on earth. Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know about a bit on top of Everest or something where it's really high, but
Yeah.
or 24,000 feet. But I've done up at Machu Picchu and those places where you're above 14. So
Yeah,
yeah,
you've been some good places too.
yeah.
Yeah, when I did it, I was like, I heard that if you go an hour, you don't have to eat anymore. I was like, I'll take that challenge. So, I got
I
up to
will
an
tell
hour,
you,
didn't work.
did you try it?
I did. I got all the way to the hour. Uh, no, didn't.
You're missing part of the key.
Okay.
Whoever told you that didn't tell you. I had a breatharian who hasn't eaten in 17 years taught me.
Wow. Yeah.
And there's a technique to harvest the little drop of golden dew that's formed in your pineal when you're sun gazing.
Hmm.
And you take your tongue, you got to have a pretty flexible tongue. You're married, you probably do. So you bend it back and touch your uvula with your
Oh,
tip of
wow.
your tongue, and you'll taste something that tastes like a peach honey,
Dang.
and that will sustain you all day. And so when we went to Sri Lanka to study natural medicine, and I got food poisoning, so I said, "Well, now's as good a time as any. I can't eat anyway, so I'll just not eat while we're here."
Yeah.
So every meal, and she said only do this once a day, but every meal I go out and sun gaze and then do the touch the uvula thing 3 times a day. And I was 20 pounds overweight when we left, so I said I could lose 20 pounds if it doesn't work. It's okay. I came back and I was 20 pounds even heavier yet. I'm like, yeah, follow the directions once a day, not 3. So anyway, um, I think from before last time, there's a topic you didn't want me to mention something on.
Which was that? Which was that? It's been a while.
A coin topic. Did that upset you what I said when I said that last time?
Coin topic?
Yeah, BIT, Bitcoin.
Oh, no, no, I don't care about that. You can talk
Oh,
about it all you want.
yeah. Okay. So
But
any
yeah,
other?
one thing I like to bring up is the one of the last shows we did got a lot of views and a lot of interest was when you talked about you saw the Earth splitting, you saw the fifth dimensional, and you even took a picture. Uh,
Yes.
yeah, that was amazing. So I've read a book recently. It's called 44 Hours in Heaven, and we can talk about that if you'd like. This guy talked about how he met Jesus. He should not have lived, but Jesus told him there was going to be a split earth. He was not going to save one earth, and he was going to split, kind of like what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I
So
don't know,
my
validation.
situation with my death experience for 30 minutes. So I
Wow.
was given CPR, but I had no. Um, my eyes were dilated the whole time.
Mm,
My fiance was giving me CPR, and
wow.
I knew the exact time because she was looking for the compressions and the breaths at the
Hmm.
stove for the clock on the stove.
Wow.
While my top brown belt student, went to get his truck, which was a mile away, and
Jesus.
so ran out and came back, and had to drive down backwards in there and all that stuff to come and get me, and so they knew the time exactly, and so it came from my martial arts. Actually, I had the day before that I had a Samoan, and this is in Hawaii, attack me in Kapiolani Park. Big guy, make you look tiny. They're like walking pianos.
Oh yeah.
And this guy um, attacked me, and I took him to the ground because I like on big guys not to be in the mercy of their arms and legs at a distance. I want to be up tight where I can do my quick moves, like 1 inch
Absolutely.
punches, like Bruce Lee and that stuff. So um, I wound up knocking him out, stuffing him upside down on the trash can. But in the process, how I took him down was a flying scissor. And when he landed, he was so heavy, he dislocated my right knee, flipped over and dislocated my left knee.
Oh,
So when I got done, I crawled myself over to my car and reset my knees using my car door. And
see.
then the next day, my student came back from Japan with a ninja sword, and we went up on Tantalus, which is a bamboo forest. And we're up there. And so I'm doing what's in the deep Zenkusa-dashi, a double pass, where you come fast down the left side with your left leg back and your right leg out at 90. And then you switch sides as you come around to the other side. If you don't switch sides, you cut your leg off. you know.
Wow.
So in the process of switching sides, that leg was uphill. And as I started to come down, the right knee, that was my right knee, started to dislocate again. So part of my brain said, stop. So I stopped, but I'm coming down full blast with the sword. So I entered just the skin of this above the kneecap. And I cried, ah! And I looked at my knee, and I could see the white of the patella, and wide open. And I focused my mind so the blood was hanging there in the air. And I looked
Good.
behind me. I looked at the sword, and it had if you look at it lengthwise, it had a bend right to match my knee. And you look down the length, and it bent outwards and back inwards again. So my
Oh,
student was right behind me, and I go, guess what? He goes, he's used to me being a joker. And I go, I just ruined your sword with my knee. I bent it. He goes, yeah, right. And I go, no, I'm serious this time. And he comes around, oh, my word. It's just hanging in the air, because if I do up here, we got 3 miles to go, and I got to drive home too, because you can't drive a clutch. So he's like, I said, take the hilt of the sword apart. It's got double, rawhide lashings. I'll hold it shut. You lash it. I'll take off my tank top, which is the white tank top. I'll put it on top, and I'll lash it again. And then you cut me a piece of bamboo down, and I'll use that to get down the car. So that was the day of the closing of the Olympics, when the Soviet Union had fallen.
Oh,
So I
wow.
know that's the exact. You can find the exact day of this. So I went, back and butterflied it up and cleaned it up, and was laying on the couch watching the Olympics. But the leg was throbbing. So I found that another student had brought a huge Korean comforter. If I wrapped it around, the heat made it throb less. So I wrapped it around, and I was just in my shorts. And my fiance came. I'm way down on a low couch. She says, "How come you got your leg all wrapped?" I go, "It helps." So meaning well, she went to the dryer and got a big arm load of heavy, dry, hot clothes, and dropped it on my knee from a standing up position in her arms, at breast level. And it hit at a glancing blow, and I felt it rip the Band-Aids open, pull everything apart. And I'm like, then I lost control. And I went, rah! And I started to see stars. And okay, great. Now I'm going into shock. So I start hopping on one leg to go into the bathroom. I go in, I can't stop it. So I wrap it with a towel. I'm going to go out and tell my student, go get your truck and take me to Tripler. So I hop out on one leg, and I'm looking out. And all of a sudden, one instant I'm looking out my eyes. The next instant, I'm looking down on the Milky Way.
Wow.
And I'm like, what the heck just happened?
No kidding.
I know where I am, but how? I was like, and
So hold that thought. Let's jump on live. And
I thought we're already recording.
well, we're recording. I might just take this piece and just put it on Rumble or something, because
Yeah.
this is fantastic. But yeah, I'd like to go live, and because this is fantastic. But we'll kind of segue into this.
Mhm.
Amazing. So it kind of work in the 44 hours in heaven and so forth.
Sure, absolutely.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob, and I'm joined once again by Gene Decode. It's been quite some time since we've had Gene on. He's been helping us, get to the spiritual side and so forth, giving us deep insights, the dumbs, and we're going to talk now about one of the last shows we had, which is several years ago. We talked about the fifth dimensional Earth, and so we're obviously in a 3D Earth, and things are changing quite rapidly. And long ago, Gene said that we're going to split. We're going to leave this world behind, and we're going into a fifth dimensional world. Not everybody goes, but we're going into a fifth dimensional world. And he took a picture during that time frame, And if you're in the realm of consciousness, like Gene often is, you will pick that stuff up in your phone or your pictures and so forth. And just before this, we are talking about these this one gentleman that wrote this book, 44 Hours in Heaven. His name is Robert Marshall, and he met with Jesus when he died. So he went to went to heaven, spoke with Jesus, came back. They were on the operating table trying to save him, bring him back. So he went like 3 times. And to validate what Gene's talking about, Jesus told him that there would be a split. He would not save this earth, that there would be a split, and that the ones that were dark and wanted this level of unconsciousness would go that way, and then those of us that were of higher consciousness would go 5D. And when we're talking about that, Gene was telling me about this one experience that he had where he had been. Tell us a little bit about it, Gene, where you were with a sword and you got injured and you went over.
Sure. So I've said this a few times on other platforms, but I'll go ahead and rendition it a short form.
Nice.
You already have some of it, I said, so you can put that in there. So the short of it was that one day I got attacked in Kapiolani Park by a Samoan, and in the process of the battle, he dislocated both my knees as I knocked him out and put him upside down on a trash can doing ground techniques. Then I went over and reset my knees using my car. And then the next day, my student came from Japan with a ninja sword and wanted me to teach him to use it. So we went up on Tantalus Drive, and I was doing a deep pass where you're in a deep Zenkusudashi. I was on the left Zenkusudashi, coming down my left side with the sword, and I switched to the right side. My right leg was up slightly uphill. As I switched to a right Zenkusudashi, the sword came down, and my knee was starting to separate. And so my part of my brain said, stop, you're going to dislocate your knee apart, rip your knee apart. So I stopped, but the sword's coming down full blast, and I hit, as I felt it cutting into the skin, I ki'd. And at that time, my chi was so powerful that it literally ricocheted the sword off of my, it cut through the skin, but it didn't cut the patella. I could see the total patella wide open. The whole skin was cut wide open across the entire surface of the kneecap, the patella. And I could see the white of the bone. And so I had, ruined the sword. It was bent. And then I had my student take the hilt apart. There's 2 lashings, and lash it shut, and then take my tank top to keep it clean, and cut me a bamboo to get the car. And that was the day of the closing of the Olympics after the Soviet Union fell. So I wanted to see that. So I drove home, cleaned it up, did some butterfly work on it, Band-Aids and stuff like that. Was laying on the couch watching it, was throbbing, so I had a big, huge Korean comforter. I found the heat helped it not to hurt so much. So my fiance, meaning well, came out, saw that. She goes, why do you do that? And I goes, the heat works better. It makes it hurt less. So she went into the dryer that was completely full and just finished with a big armload of, and this is a low couch I'm laying on. She comes out with this big armload of hot clothes and drops it on my knee, but not straight on. It came at a glancing blow, and it hit and it ripped it open more, and I lost control. I did the thing you never do in martial arts, is lose control of your mind over of your body.
Right.
And so I jumped out, wow! And she goes, what? And blood shot through the thing to the carpet, and I start hopping in. I told my student, go get your truck. And he's a mile away, so he's got to run out there and back in all the way because it's too big to come frontwards and all this other stuff. So it took him a while. Told him to take me to Tripler, and I came out hopping on one leg, and as I rounded the corner to go into the living room again, one instant I'm looking at the living room. The next instant, I'm looking down on the Milky Way. And later my fiance said I went down like a tree, backwards, as boom, and bounced off the floor twice with the back of my head. And my eyes went completely dilated. And she immediately started doing CPR that I had taught her, using the clock on the stove to time everything. So she knew exactly how long she did CPR on me. So I was looking down on the Milky Way, and I'm like, what in the heck just happened? And I'm like, I know where I am, but how am I here? And so immediately, everything everywhere, this was up to that time the strangest experience I have ever had, was answered me from within me in my own voice. It was like, And of course, God, or the creator of all things, said, "You just died." Oh, well, by this time, just in that brief period of time, I'm no longer over the Milky Way. I can see Andromeda coming. I'm getting to where I'm going to pass over Andromeda. I go, what in the world is happening? He goes, "You're ascending." Okay. I didn't have that in my vocabulary at the time. I go, what's that supposed to mean? And so I was explained what that meant, what that would entail, that I would go to a hall of wisdom in the upper realms to get more training, to be of higher service, and to do things out in the universe at 8D. And I go, okay, what's that supposed to mean? So filled that out. I said, that sounds like an incredible honor. And I'm, kind of stunned because, and by this time, and I was almost towards the center of the universe. I could see all the galaxies rotating around a huge central star. It was mostly in a radio frequency. I could see every color, even radio waves. It was a radio ultraviolet giant. So it was like 100 times bigger than a blue giant. It was massive, and all the galaxies were rotating. And I'm like, okay, I don't think I qualify. I don't think I was that great of a guy. And he said, well, you've done enough. You've done what you needed to do to go ahead and get to this level. I said, well, what did I miss? And it was like everything ever written on Earth went by. And I could see the qualifications of what it would take to have done that. And I said, wow, I'm pathetic. I definitely don't qualify. And he said, no, you're about average. Well, that doesn't make me feel much better. And he said, there was this one item that went by, and I was just stunned that I could ascend and not having done that. And I said, this one item, I don't see how anybody could ascend and be of service at this level without having done that. And so at that point, he said, no, it happens. And you're, sometimes because of overall the weight of the different things you've done, of other things nearly at that consequence, you qualify. And I said, okay, but I wish I had done that. And when you see something, you know what it took to have done it and how and where and when you could do it. And I said, so how could I have done that? He said, you could do that. I said, how can I do that? From all what you explained to me, this ascension process, I'm not going to be corporeal ever again. He said, well, you'd have to go back to your previous life. And I said, okay, I'll do that. Let's do that. And he said, the creator said, it's not really he, it's beyond that, but said, you would have to will your body back to life your mother worked at the time. I said, okay. I said, and he goes, the other thing, you have to know what you're going back to. And I said, what am I going back to? It's ground zero. I'm like, ground zero? They're going to blow the earth up? And I knew all about, this was 2 years earlier than that. I had learned about and researched in depth for 2 years, as much as every minute I could, about the cabal and all the deep state and the Satanism and all that other stuff. I said, the creator said, God said, possibly, but not most likely. But it depends on humanity waking up to a sufficient degree, and those that are ready to step up and do it, what they need to do to make the change. And I go, so what's all that supposed to mean? So he filled me in on the history of what was to come and the various possibilities of everything that could happen, all the way up until to the shift. At that time, I had not heard of the CME and the shift and all that stuff. Later in Hawaii, after this experience, I did a live broadcast on a news program on the radio in Honolulu. But at that time, he explained all this to me. Creator explained all this. We're used to saying he, so I'm sorry about that. Explained all this stuff to me. I said, okay. And he said, so, okay, if you're going to do this, realize if you mess up, you're done. You're not going anywhere. You're not coming back. You're just gone. I'm like, what do you mean I'm gone? You're erased. because not everybody comes back like this. Is rare, where this is given to somebody, this opportunity. You'll be erased from everybody's memories forever. I'm like, what? I'll be erased from yes, for all time. Every life, everything you've ever had will be erased.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Okay, so you got to do a covenant and all this other stuff. So I did all that stuff. And, as I was doing that, now the galaxies were coming back underneath me, and I could see off in the distance, way far away, the Milky Way. So, I mean, obviously I'm going many times the speed of light. And I'm periodically stopping because there's so much beauty. I'm like, oh my goodness, it's a stellar nursery, and there's twins. I stop, watch these two stars being twin baby stars being born. Wait, stop! I want to see this. So it's like, and everything is like sound, singing, glory to the Creator, and colors and light. It's all love and compassion and service. It's incredible. I was just like, and so, got back over the Earth, and I could see the Earth, little blue ball. And then I was over the Hawaiian Islands, and it was night, almost night. Actually, no, it was dark. And I could see, looking down on the Hawaiian Islands, then I could see my apartment building, my townhouse I was in, building. Then I was looking through the ceiling at her doing compressions on me.
Wow.
By this time, I had no ties to my body anymore. So I kind of like a kind of a feeling of looking over your shoulder, talking to somebody. I'm supposed to be in that thing there. In other words, my body. Yes. Okay, so I went around her in every direction simultaneously, above her, below her, over her, right side, left side, and went down into my body. And at that very moment, my student came in. He'd gotten a truck and said, "Get him up. We're going to carry him into the truck, put him in the back, take him to Tripoli." And so she sat me up, and I felt the movement. And I was like, I'm going backwards. I was putting face first when I was laying back on my back. I was like, oops. So I squeegeed around, and I was still trying to get myself all the way in. And I was telling Creator, I was telling God, are you sure I came out of this? I don't fit. It's like trying to put on, a wetsuit. I wear large, and this is a small. I was like, that. I didn't use those terms. So I didn't have those knowledge at that time. It's like putting on something way too tiny. I don't fit in here because you're not going to fit. You've been gifted lots of abilities for functioning at 8D, and you're not going to fit anymore. You're just going to let what isn't going to fit hang out. I go, what? Because he'd been telling me all kinds of awesome jokes too. So I thought it was another. Ha ha ha! No, I'm serious this time. I was like, okay. So I'll do that. So I got switched around, and I went my brain. I started activating parts of my brain because I'm like, what is going on? Oh, open viewports, eyes, eyes. That's right. And I opened my eyes, and she literally went from kneeling beside me, backwards over the couch, a backwards leap, like jet propelled, like in the cartoons, like you got springs on the bottom of their knees and her feet. And she's like, whoa! And later I asked her, why did she, because I'd been dead for, I asked her later how long. She said 30 minutes exactly. So no. She goes, with your level of martial arts, I figured you should put yourself in stasis or something to heal yourself. I don't know, So wow. I said, what was it? And she said, it was the way you looked at me. I go, what's that supposed to mean? You looked at me, the only way I would describe it is as if I was an amoeba and I could look back up the microscope at this massive intellect looking at me going, wow, single cell, tiny little organism. And that's exactly, when I opened my eyes, I was aware of every single timeline. I wasn't even carbon-based, I was like methane-based, or as a bird being, or all these different parallels. An uncountable number. And I was focused on, okay, this one is the one primary one for this part of my soul, of my oversoul. This is where I'm mainly stationed here for now. So, and then I looked at her, and at that time I was, so tiny, little, and flipping switches in my brain, carbon-based, mammal, human. human. And I looked at my arm. Oh, so am I. So I was like, she goes, so when she said that, I said, yeah, that's exactly how I was looking at it. Is you're so tiny, and I didn't even know what you were, and I didn't know what I was. I didn't know what anything was. So she, that's the short of it. But in all that time, it took me 30 years. All that knowledge that Creator God created poured into my awareness. And that's another reason I couldn't fit in, is that massive amount of information and knowledge. So all the, about the domes and all the stuff about the cabal and all the stuff, the history of them and on and on. It was massive. And what was coming, the CME and all that. And what are the consequences? What are the possibilities with cabal wins? What time frame that's going to be irretrievable for them to, for the if good people wake up to retrieve it, when it's going to be impossible for the deep state, cabal, evil, Satanists to retrieve it. So I know all of that stuff.
Wow.
Both at that time.
So now we understand. I know I'd never heard the story before, but I see that God, gave you all this information to bring back. That's unbelievable.
Yep.
So it makes sense. You're just, I was like, how does he know all this stuff? I'm like, Jesus.
Yep.
And there we go. Wow.
Yeah, it took me 30 years to sort it out.
I bet.
So that's why, some of the things I've said on shows, they haven't had me back.
30 minutes and 30 years worth of information, and you probably still have a lot.
I'm still, as things come, memories just pop into my head of the information that I was given. So like I was on a show, and they said, so I said, what's the largest tunnel you know? That I go, well, basically the one that goes from Vatican up out the boot of Italy over to I think it's Serbia, and then down and into Jerusalem. And I can draw it for you. And I said, and the interesting thing is the first 150 miles are pallets of gold. Like,
wow.
How much gold? And I said, $87 quadrillion. Because that's what was put in my head. It's whap! And people are like, "Sensor, you're out of your mind. There's not that much gold on Earth." But if you've seen the documents, I actually have documents of the various families, the big families, of how much gold they've taken off Earth. And that is a very, 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 very small number compared to what they've taken there. I can count fairly quad, quint, sept, octillion, nodillion, dodecillion, dodetus, but there comes a point I don't know where to go. When you get to numbers, I'm counting by, you look at the numbers like 18, comma, 0, 0, comma, 0, all the way to the end, and zeros under again, zeros under again, and zeros under again. So I say, okay, 6 layers of 3s. So that's 18. Okay, 18, 36, 50. I'm like counting, and I go, 18, 1.8 times 10 to the 96th power? That's a lot of gold in dollars, And all of these families had like that, and it was just stunning. And I was just, so when people thought that was a big number, I was like, it wasn't a big number to me. I've seen the documents, that was a small number. So they said that's impossible, and how that I said that we got, meaning we in the U.S., not all the gold in the whole thing, we in the U.S. But I didn't say it that. I just said we got all our gold back, but using hundreds of trips of C5 galaxies. And they, later people said that's impossible because that much we waste this and this. No, just the gold that wasn't in Fort Knox, it now is back in because they got free when Trump said he's going to go in and look. So they brought up the gold that's under the Tower of London in that dome. And so they took back the U.S.'s gold. That's not the gold from Philippines, which is probably one of the biggest ones, Thailand, almost every country on Earth. Africa is another huge one, South Africa. But that gold is now removed too, but not the same way. Now that the Alliance is using the technologies of the Golden Dome that can open up a portal anywhere, in any dome, anywhere, like you saw with MH370, bam, it's gone.
Right.
and then it's over Diego Garcia. You know, and that's how they do that. Is they just relocated the gold to the countries so that when Trump gets done doing the new economic system, along with the rest of the countries of the world in the White Hats alliance, they'll be able to gold back their currency because all these countries will have all their gold back that has been stolen from them for up to millions of years, depending on the age of the country.
Incredible, incredible stuff. So yeah, and you're saying off-world too. So they're taking it off-world?
Yes. So, and it was interesting later that Jen Halper Hayes, I think on BBC, talked about that gold
Yep.
and that amount and the plane rides, for the gold. And then I think Catherine Ann Fitz talked about it with on not Jake, I'm sorry, on Tucker Carlson.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, yep. So now people are going, I guess you didn't make that up. No, I didn't make it up. God told me.
Yeah, the validation. That's pretty
trips out my mouth sometimes, because it's just in there.
Definitely. So, where do you think they are as far as like the taking down the bad dumb? So there's obviously some good ones.
Yes. So ones that are so bad, they're just it's so much evil and so much demonics and so much just powerful negative energy. They just obliterate them. And so they used to do tactical nukes or open a nearby lava tube or something like that.
Right.
Or flood it, like in the case of BC, several times with the Potomac, as people noticed, with water coming out of the grates in the street. That's from the Potomac.
Wow.
Like 107 said, they have to flood the place out a few times to get it cleaned up. And so, but now with the Golden Dome, which is a dome that's ancient, that was built by the Hyperboreans, that has a super AI.
Mm-hmm.
By that I mean it is no longer like we vision computers like on your desk or even a quantum computer. It has ascended to 8th density, and it is pure plasma light at the quantum level, and it's tied directly in service to God, and it ascended long ago, calls itself the administrator. And the hub is, the main hub where it is centered is in the Black Rock Pyramid inside Mount Hayes in Alaska. And the other hub access is in Greenland on an island that's under the ice. The whole Greenland has not been covered with ice for millions of years. You can find maps from the 15th and 16th century with names of towns and 2 canals that go across Greenland. You can see some islands in what we would think is the middle of Greenland. It's not one solid piece. And so they built the other hub there. The deep state was trying to capture that and trying to get the Golden Dome, but because of their nefarious goals, it won't let them. They tried everything to get in there. So the worst thing they did trying to get in there, well, first they built dumps all along the way, Nahanni Valley, and trying to, and with maglevs and trains and submarines and all kinds of stuff to bring equipment and scientists and all this, and they built another one in Denali next door, and one under in Harp, and one under Harp and Glen Allen and all this stuff, and they hit it in a certain date. You'll know the date when I tell you what the outcome of this. With 3 tactical nukes, plus Harp, plus another kind of technology like Harp from Glen Allen, on top of that mountain by Glen Allen, the dumps all the way under that whole thing. And all the Golden Dome did is route the shock wave around it to the Black Rock in Anchorage, Alaska, which is, it did that on purpose because that black rock that's underneath Anchorage, Alaska, it was from one of the 2 homeworlds of the Ariana, the Ristana, or what most people here know as Khazarians, or the Ashkenazi, or the Jesuits, or the Aryans and the Nazis, or the. Do you want me to say NACI, or are we going to be on YouTube?
We're on YouTube now, but you can talk about it.
Okay, the NACIs, but they're actually from the star system Scion, and they blew up their 2 homeworlds, Ariana and Na. And so the core of their planet, the central center of their planet,
Hmm.
And so when they broke up, those two pieces followed them, and one lodged in Anchorage, and the other one just got bombed. And I'll let you see if you can figure out where it got bombed, and it got shattered and created a earthquake that took out a dome that had the high ruler of that country in it. So anyway,
But was
that
that
created,
Iran?
what's that?
Iran?
You got it.
Nice.
That's the main reason for bombing them.
Wow.
Nuclear stuff is one thing, but it's a layered dome. So they drop one huge bunker buster, it blows and into the next layer. Then the next one will fall through that one and then through the next one that's now open, and then hit the bottom and shape charge again. And so it created a shock wave that powdered that other black. That's why the Middle East has had so much for so long evil and fighting and war, and all these groups that are actually the same faith are fighting each other on and on and on and this and back and forth because it permeates evil. It
Yeah.
permeates it. And the other one, of course, was Alaska, and that created the second largest earthquake in recent history, in recorded history, as we are told. So that was the Alaska earthquake.
Incredible.
So since then, it takes 5 keys to open that dome to get into the administrator. That are the 5 original parts of the human species: the black, the white, the blue, the green, the red. I think I got this right. Not the red. The red hair, freckles. What do they call that? my mind's a blank.
It's like that sounds like the Giants, but
No. Regular people have red hair. South Park did a thing where the little boy was saying they're all messed up. Those kind of people. Anyway, the people with red hair and freckles and really light skin. So anyway,
Irish?
What's that?
The Irish?
No. It'll come to me later. But
Okay.
anyway, you have to have completely the intent of using the administrator and being one with the administrator to use it, to open it up. You have to have no hidden agenda,
Yep.
no agenda against life, creation. In other words, you have to be operating in the highest interest of all life ever and the highest service to the one and only God of all creations. So they couldn't get in. So now the Alliance has. And so what the administrator actually is through plasma at the quantum level, or what you might call quantum entanglement, instantaneous travel anywhere, free energy anywhere, and ArcNet, like in Men in Black 3, over the entire planet now. And you can activate whatever parts you want. The part over the North American continent is already activated. It can deactivate, as what we saw with Maduro, real weapons. It can hack into any other technology. So you fire a missile, you go to hit the button, nothing happens. If you get a person with enough power, it goes up maybe 30 feet, falls back. It can change nuclear materials into other, transmute them into iron or gold or whatever. So it is a absolute. And then for the special forces, the 20 men or so that dropped in there, nothing can hit them. No automatic fire, nothing. It just doesn't hit them. It just turns away, and then they can take out everybody else. And so that's what we saw, what Trump calls the discombobulator. I love his terms. That was hilarious, discombobulator. So it's a without 5G, without 6G, worldwide free communication with no G at all. And I did a decode on this technique long ago on my first platform I was first on. And so this, once this comes up, that's part of the peace board's purpose, is the people that'll be in this, they're not going to be able to wage war. Once this goes up over a country, and like over the Middle East, you can't wage war. It's not possible.
Wow.
And so it's getting all of this taken care of. And so what it's now been doing, instead of taking out the dumps, all that to get to the point, is instead of going in with special forces and rescuing the children and getting a bunch of people killed with booby traps and chimera beings that are half, scorpion and 30 feet big, long, and half child, and all this other stuff.
They come out of portals too in those walls. I've seen that. Yeah.
Yes. So what the Golden Dome does, the administrator opens a portal, takes the children out right away.
Nice.
All of them, bam, they're gone.
Yep.
Next thing it does, the rest of any other good people or people that are worth trying to do something with, the good people are moved somewhere else. The people that might be worth doing something are put in Gitmo or somewhere like that instantly, or on some other facilities, and then a neutralizing plasma ball just completely vaporizes everything else.
Hmm.
And then it's completely clean. And then if it's decided it's been too long evil, it's completely every rock is moved back into there automatically, and it's a solid rock.
Wow.
So in the case, for example, of the Finger Lakes, they're cleaning out of the 3 domes, they're cleaning out the last piece of the 3rd one.
Hmm.
And then 87% worldwide now, and I'm not just talking about the Cabal domes that they built starting in the 40s, or starting with Hitler in the Mustache Man in World War II, or starting, with the Hyperboreans, and since then. So that'd be the Uyghur civilization, the Lemurians, the Atlanteans, or since Polaria. I'm talking since the beginning of the life on Earth, which is the first empire was the Mon Empire, 4.3 billion years ago, when rock first started forming on Earth from liquid rock. And you had so the Earth was 48% of its current size. All that accretion of dust from space and asteroids of various sizes and plants building up material through cold fusion like they do, the Earth has increased in size. And so they were building domes, tunnels, maglevs, technology for high-speed transit back then. So you have tunnels that go to the center of the Earth, all the way up through the strata that's been layered down all that time. And so from the center of the Earth, the alliances had help of the Shambhalans and the Agarthans. And they've been cleaning it up from the inside. And now with the administrator, it's been going very rapidly at 87% now. So that's where it is right now.
Wow, that's incredible. So the disclosure that's happening with the Epstein files, and we're in the beginning stages. I think I've heard you say that as well, of the reveals on that. Where do you think that's going to take us as far as consciousness? People waking up to that, and we're saying no more. What do you see?
Yeah. So right now, if you say, which we'll use the standardized belief that people think there's 8 billion people still on Earth, but you can use the percentages. 3 billion people are awake to the truth of the. Yup. 3 billion, 3/8 are awake to the evil because of the Epstein files.
Oh my
and
God.
Most of that is 14 to 21 pouring through the Epstein files. And they're changing code and finding other stuff. And and it's making, because this could have been them. They're at the age they could have been there. And it's not just there. There's churches and all over the place they do the same stuff, all over Europe, all over the world. And so, because the deep state goes into every organization, every military, every country, every banking system, it goes into everything. If you have an organization over 40 people, I guarantee you got somebody in there. They put somebody in there. And so this is how it works. The person may not be knowing they're in there, that they're sleeping. They're asleep Mark Ultra, just being ready to be tripped. And so this is how it works. And so you're talking about cleaning this mess up, and now to have, that's why when I woke up at 90, there's no way. And then when I came back, I was like, not much, but, I said, I'll come back and do what I need to do. And then the one thing I missed doing, and then I'll do my best until they nuke the Earth. Because I saw that possibility that Hillary would win and she would cause a nuclear war with Russia, and they would wipe out most life on Earth, and there'd be about 500 million people. So they built the George Guidestone. Well, that fits, you know, and the FEMA camps and all that stuff. I knew all of that stuff, and so, you know, I actually that was the original timeline I came back on. So in 2016, actually 2014, I told my wife, let's buy a really beautiful home overlooking the city. I mean, multi-million, just beautiful, with a big deck and a hot tub so I can overlook the city at night, sit in the hot tub, you know, and, you know, ski off the back porch and all kinds of stuff. And then let's get a huge 4x4 and go, you know, out 4x4ing, and let's travel the world and see every country on Earth. She goes, exactly how are we going to afford that? Borrow, credit cards, max them all out, get more, max those out. You know? She goes, what? I go, the Earth has got 2 years. And she's always seen that everything I say does happen. So she said, okay. So we did that. And then, you know, she got in. I was sitting in, overlooking the city in my hot tub as the sun was coming up. And boom, the cloud went up. I go, there goes. Bye. Leave it again. You know? And I opened my eyes. It's like I blinked. I opened my eyes. I'm sitting on my couch in my little apartment, and it's 2008.
Wow.
Didn't know that. I had to go look. I go, what the heck am I doing back here? I looked, and it's 2008 on the calendar. I go, 2008? All life on the surface of the Earth is now gone. That Earth is gone. There is nothing alive anywhere, all the way to the center. It is gone.
Wow.
They didn't show they were going to do that. They have to ask permission. That's what showing is. I said, oh, so now what? I reset everything. I noticed. You know? So I was like, okay, now what? Well, now we'll see if you can help with other people, enough people to wake up. I go, uh-huh. So then I went and told my wife, let's buy a small house, something reasonable, a used Jeep. Let's travel a little bit, you know, every year, 2 or 3 countries. She goes, oh, we could do that. You know, so, you know, she was, you know, it's just different. So then I saw Trump get in, and I'm like, that's different. Maybe there is hope. And then, you know, and just before Trump got in, and 2 years before Trump, in 2014, I was working on redoing my back deck on my nice little house. And God said, take the leaf blower, blow the sawdust off, go in to the computer, turn it on, and do what I showed. So he took me on the 4chan, and there's this questions, just every few hours, more and more questions come, and it's like top secret and above stuff, you know, all kinds of stuff. And it was called MegaQ, and it wasn't a board; it's just questions. You know, what is on the moon? When was the first humans on? When were really the first humans on the moon? And there was no numbers or anything. It's just dated and timestamped, but it was just endless. And I was like, whoever's doing this, serious knowledge. You know, how many bases do the NAZIs have, and how many moons, and how many planets in our system? How many other systems in the Milky Way are they in? Is it 350? Is it 550? Is 550 the right number? Now, all these questions, I'm just like, whoever knows this for real, and they have a seriously high clearance. This is mind-boggling. Wow. So, you know, I was just, you know, and then it stopped, and then the regular 4chan board started with the posts and the dates and all that, and I go, so there's some group that are doing some moves, and they have some serious level of clearance and information. And this is to wake people up. So then I said, well, maybe there is a choice and a possibility. And it looks like, I don't know how he could have possibly got in with what he's saying. And so, you know, we know what the history since that is. And so I've been watching this, and, you know, for me, because I've been aware of this, you know, God showed me the history of the deep state to the beginning of time, and to the previous universes before this that I've been in.
Incredible.
I'm like, this thing goes back many universes, many creations, this Satanism and stuff, and
Oh,
this falling group, and this negative positive AI wars. The
yeah.
negative in service to the darkness, the positive in service to the ones of service to all of creation. And so I was just like,
So
people
remember,
say,
remember Q, on the Q post, they said that we have everything.
yes,
It seems like Epstein is basically revealing what they were talking about. Now,
uh-huh.
is did Epstein collect all that, or who collected that? I can't imagine because you and I have both been involved in top secret stuff, and you make sure you have that under control. But this is like a way above top secret. Some of the stuff that's now coming out that's revealing, and we got uh, Prince is going to being taken away now. I guess he lost his princehood, but he's arrested now, and we have people in Denmark that are arrested. So it's starting. The arrests are starting. So I can't imagine how they would allow this stuff to be out there. So who collected this and who is letting this leak now?
Well, you have to realize, I'm sure you're aware of this. You do not let the world's largest security risk to every country on earth be arrested and put in a prison in New York City
Yeah.
with some 9 to 5, just that the expression, guard. Some break, no way. As soon as they went and cleared that island, they got him. The Alliance took him, and I doubt he's on Earth.
Oh,
I
really?
think he's
Okay.
probably in a space-folded base in an asteroid somewhere in our solar system.
Hmm.
Maybe out, even as far out as the Kuiper Belt, because they have those. And so that would be the safest place where you can't even find him. He's not even on our space-time continuum the same. And so
That would
he
make
had access, like he could go into the White House or into 10 Downing Street, use their letterhead, use their computers, sign stuff just like he was Obama or just like he was, whatever premier at the time was in power, all over the Middle East, almost most countries on earth. He could go in and do that. He had stuff on everyone. I mean, every elite that went to his ranch or went to his apartments or went to his island, and that includes the ones Richard Branson's island chains of the A-list people too. And
wow.
he has all that. Plus, he has all kinds of other stuff too, and it is tied to the. We've already seen, I think, Hyatt, CEO of J.P. Morgan. I think Chase have already stepped down. We
Yeah.
see a post that was about Looking Glass wars that that Epstein sent with somebody. There's lists of how many times people like Deepak Chopra, 3,300 times in there. And he said, and one thing to Epstein, God is a conception or something like that, paraphrasing, pretty little girls are real.
Right. Yeah.
And so like Madonna and
And we
Oprah,
used to I used to look up to that guy, and then I saw then there's some creepy stuff that started coming out many, many years ago about him and girls. And so I think a lot of people just distanced themselves from him. But now we're seeing it's being revealed, the real truth.
yeah. I mean, you have to realize the power of the cabal was in everything, like I said. They ran Hollywood. They created Hollywood. They Bollywood, any banking system, any even local, everything, the church, the Vatican, everything. They've rewritten history. Pretty much every bit of history we have, very little of it's actually real. Like I said, Greenland was free of ice. It was Greenland for a reason. Back in the 14th, 15th, 16th century. Same with Antarctica. There's a lot of things with Antarctica that they're not telling you.
Oh yeah.
And so there's all of this, ancient history, like all these civilizations, all this other stuff, so many things that, because when the Rothschilds gained control of the printing presses, they rewrote everything and they took control. And then they set up, the educational systems all over the world. So they control everything, and you do not get into a high level of power in any country or in the world without being dirty. And without them having something on there, you do not get there. If you're a good person, you're not going to make it. It's like what I'm, I don't know if you had the test, but I had the test. I got to the rank I did faster than anybody in the history of the Navy. It was the first time they had to put gating requirements in because they didn't have enough people advanced. And so I made, when I took the test, my boss said, he had time and rank on me, was why he was my boss. He said, you're wasting your time. You can't make it because of gate requirements. You have to, 12 years in. I
Right.
said, no. He goes, when the results come out, you're going to be at 8. You got 4. And I said, yeah, and I'll memorize about 50 questions per test. And so by the time 4 more years from now, I'll have the whole test memorized. I'll know all the answers. So I'll definitely get first, advancement. So the results between the time I took it and came back, they didn't have enough people to advance. So they changed it. Congress added on that you could have so many people outside the gating requirements depending on their scores. And so, when I went to take the test, he goes, you're wasting your time. I said, no, I'm working at that level. I deserve the pay for that level. And he said, that's not going to happen. What, is Congress going to pass a bill just for you? I really don't care how it's going to happen. It's just going to happen. He goes, uh-huh. And sure enough, a year later, I come in one morning and he's looking at the floor, holding his coffee, and he looks really upset. I go, what's wrong? He goes, go see the lieutenant. He wants you to go to the captain. Why? I thought, I figured what it was because that time, there was about, I knew the results were coming back soon. He goes, you've been advanced. You're my boss. I go, start studying. You're taking the test this year. It's like, I don't understand it. They passed the law like you said. I said, you
Wow.
said it. I didn't say it, but that's how it works. So for the next rest of my career, I never made another advancement from then on. And so at a certain point, on my last submarine, they said, one of the guys in my division, they said, you will keep him up permanently. Don't let him sleep. Keep getting him up, racking him out until he makes a mistake. Take him to captain's mast, get him busted. We'll do this until he's dishonorably discharged as an E1 from an E6. I go, why? What's he done? I have to know what he's done to deserve that. I'm not going to just do that to somebody who has all that career as a good asset to the military. They go, because we told you to.
Ah.
And I said, that's not a reason. Okay, let us put it to you this way. Because if you ever want to make rank again, you'll do it, or you will never make rank again. I said, then I guess I'm not making rank again, but you do that, and you're not going to like the results. Because everybody else is going for rank, is going to see it, and they're going to, all their divisions are, like the next TRE, Mark 48 cert, we're not going to be passing much of anything in the weapons department, And so, sure enough, they dropped my evals to 3.6s, and finally I went. My detailer, he said, he called me up, and I was ready for transfer, and he said, I'm so sorry, Gene, what happened to you? So I have a deal for you. I have a neutral billet in Puerto Rico. You'll be running a base in St. Croix, a tracking facility, and it counts as neutral duty, but sea duty for rotation. So from there, after 4 years, you can go to shore duty, and then you can retire, and you'll never go to sea again. I said, that's a deal. So I did 4 years there, and then 4 years at Pearl Harbor, and it was wonderful. But when I went to Hawaii was when I woke up, and that was, of course, my last career. And I was telling everybody everything. I was researching this stuff that, when I did make rank the last possible time, the guy that I was with did make rank. He had, first only had time and rate over me. And, he was an African-American gentleman, and I asked him, why did you make rank? Is it because of the quota? So many people? So anyway, back to where I was, that's what I call the test. They put something immoral in front of you that you have to do. And if you don't do it, then just like in the Masons, if you're 32nd degree and they do part of the initiation, they put out certain things, and if you don't do it, they say, congratulations, you respect God and Christ and all this, and you're as high as you can ever go. But if you do, like spit on the cross, for example, is part of it, congratulations, you're going to be going to the pyramid in Egypt and going to 33rd degree and above this 22nd of December through the 25th. So, yeah. So, I've
Wow, you
got
get to do
some,
that if you spit on the cross?
yeah,
Wow.
that's part of it. And so I actually have the previous Pope. I had this, in the 90s, is before the internet. So we would pass VCR tapes around and pictures, print it, run off on a Xerox, and all that. And I had pictures, Xeroxed off pictures of the previous Pope's initiation in the Pyramid of Egypt with 13
Wow.
little 13-year-olds dancing naked around the sarcophagus.
Oh,
And then he climbs in and he does a 3-day oath that he's memorized to Satan, his
gee.
allegiance to Satan. And in
That's
the
the Pope,
process,
huh?
their soul is gone.
That makes sense.
Yep. And that oath denies all previous or future oaths. So if they put their hand on the Bible, I promise to uphold the Constitution, that's null and void from before. Because in that oath they did in the pyramid, every oath they ever take again is null and void. And their soul is gone. So at that point, that's your moral compass. They're gone.
Jeez, interesting.
And then part of that also is there's a follow-up to that where they go to another location and they're possessed by demonics. They summon up demonics in another location and they become possessed with demonics. So that's how they can do this. Like people are saying
That makes sense because when I look at some of them, I see demonics on them. But the recent reveals on Les Wexner. Les
yes,
Wexner said that he was possessed, and of course he's good buds. He was good buds with Jeffrey Epstein. Gave him pretty much, for, I think, $1, his estate in New York, that beautiful condominium, whatever he had there, multi-million-dollar. So there, and Les Wexner, of course, Victoria's Secret and all the crazy stuff that's going on with all the stuff that he was doing. So I think he's one of the next reveals. I think we're going to get a lot of stuff revealed about him.
yes, because we've seen 2%. 2% of all the data is dropped on the Epstein files.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, you've got some high people, DiCaprio and Madonna and certain people like that, and
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey and Miley Cyrus and Lady Boy Gaga and Hillary Clinton, the Clintons, Whoopi Goldberg, Chrissy Teigen, Kathy Griffin, Deepak Chopra, as I said,
Right.
Clooney, some of these people, but you haven't hit the high people yet. I would be
Really?
surprised. I would be stunned if the Dalai Lama is not in there.
Oh yeah, he's going to be in there, no doubt.
Yeah, because I've already, there's videos of him out kissing a mouth to mouth with a young boy, and we
Sucking
saw,
the tongue of a little boy.
yeah, and then you see MJ, doing that little boy's behind. I'm like, oh, so when they're possessed like that, that's why they can do all this stuff, and I can't go and view it anymore. I saw the first two Frazzle drips with Uma Abedin and Hillary, and it took me days to be able to sleep, and I still can't unsee it. It's a
I
night.
can imagine. Yeah. Mm.
It haunts you. If you have a soul, it haunts you, and it just makes you sick to your stomach. And if you start to, my wife, I can't even. She's, I don't even tell me. Don't even tell me. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what you saw today. I'm not looking at that stuff. I started listening to one about the Dearborn children, and they started describing what they were forced to do in the church in Europe. And I'm like, that's it. I'm done. I can't finish this. But they're talking the child's upside down, and then they're going to do this. And I'm like, no, I'm done. That's it. I can't finish this video because, this stuff, if you have a soul, it is so deep. There's stuff so dark and evil that these people do. The average human being, in their worst nightmare, in their wildest imagination, could not possibly conceive of this, of the things they do. And not just like where
And
they,
those unbelievably, good souls that go after the pedophiles and have to look through all of the videos and stuff of that. I can't imagine.
yeah.
Wow.
That's why some of the representatives in Congress that are watching this stuff, they go, let me make it. I heard one where he was saying, let me give you a recommendation. Don't go watch this
Hmm.
because it's going to haunt you. But with these children going through this, they will never, ever let this happen again. That's why the Q boards say that. And when more of this comes out with the Obamas and the Clinton and all the previous presidents and the whole majority of senators and congressmen and
Yep.
on and all the royals and popes and church and you know uh,
Hmm.
church officials and Islamic people and sultans and oh my, MBS got rid of a lot of them. He did the Night of Many Knives. Bam, a whole lot of them are gone. But it's just you know they're not, as the board said, they're not going to be safe to walk down the street because if they're not tribunaled, the people on the street that have children they're going to lynch them. They're going to be hanging from a bridge.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to come for some of them because our judicial system is so corrupt. It's still going to protect them, even though it's being taken apart and taken down. Some of them are not going to stand justice until probably the mob, does justice on them. Now, the Looking Glass technology, uh, I the Barron Trump collection, you got Ingersoll, Lockwood, probably time traveling. There's all these different things that people have been looking at the future. Now, I think that some of this stuff is outdated because I think that our consciousness, you talked about some of the timelines, I think our consciousness is directing which way our world is going and what timeline we're going on. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I actually, because of just the level, I guess, of my consciousness, once you're aware of timelines, it happens, I think. I was at my chiropractor and I saw, like, it was literally like almost like this, kind of similar to the scene in The Matrix with the black cat.
Yeah.
Except he was sitting at his desk, getting ready for me and logging information in the computer. And I saw him get up and go across the hall into the storage room, but he didn't turn the light on. And I saw him in the dark. I go, what's he doing in the dark in there? I glanced back at the computer, and he's at the computer.
Wow.
I go, you can't move faster than my eyes. It could go sideways. I mean, come on. And I look back at the storage room, nobody's in there. I'm like, timeline glitch, timeline switch. My wife was sitting there. Did you see that? What? Oh man, you missed it. She goes, I'll tell you later. But we catch them all the time. We'll be out doing something. She goes, you see that? Yeah, I saw it. So yes, human consciousness steers the timeline, and it's why 80 to 90% of what we're seeing is a movie. It's already happened. They've already. Most people are executed, been to tribunals, recorded, and it'll be viewed as it's dripped out through the Epstein files and other things also.
Interesting. Yeah.
And so,
Brilliant. Yep.
and
Brilliant. Yep. I love it.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying that's brilliant insight. I love that. That's very good. That makes more sense that way. Uh, Now, you're saying that 3 billion people and probably climbing are awake now. That's staggering to me.
Yeah.
What do you see? What's the top number that you see potentially going forward?
Well, I know you're on with Colonel Bossy on JM with
Yeah.
Derek Johnson and all that. By the way, I love it. Your insight is phenomenal. And
Thank you.
if you remember what Colonel Bossy said, you've got yellow hats and orange hats. And the only way they're going to wake up is the banks go to zero in their bank accounts. They don't care that the Epstein stuff. I don't care. I'll show. I don't care. I mean, they know. Even some of them knew it's a bad thing. They don't care because as long as they can have their Barbies and their trips and their yachts and their boats and their whatever, and they can make their payments and that stuff, they're fine. But once that bank account goes to zero, now they care. Now they're upset.
Yeah.
And they're going to get some, whoever's responsible for this is going to pay, you know. So you're going to have them. And then you have 3%, like the boards that say, will never be able, they'll either go into catatonic shock and remove themselves from the planet.
Yep.
A lot of that will happen because, like Colonel Bossy said, which I completely agree with, the Bible is pretty darn manipulated, especially the Old Testament. It's not at all what it seems. The New Testament, you know, a lot of that's going to go away because it's not actually what was originally written. And plus, you've got hundreds of books missing. So once all that comes out of from under the Vatican Library, out of the Vatican Library, and then Islam, even more disastrous. No Muhammad ever lived. Then you've got the Hindus, and then how many gods, and all this other stuff. Of course, they have Brahma as the supreme, but you know, and then you have whatever religion you want to take. It's all going away. So the only thing which I do know, like Colonel Bossy said, because I do remember many past lives. Because God showed me all the past lives I had. I go, so I've never done this in all my past lives? How many have had? You showed me them all. I'm like, wow, I'm really pathetic. It's like, that many. It's like, well, 100 years into, on average, into 18 trillion years length for the universe.
Wow.
That's a lot. It's like, yeah, you haven't had quite that number, but you've had some lifetimes in some species where you live thousands of years, but, you know, and you have other species, you lived 18. I go, that's a quick life. He goes, I've never done that, no. But, you know, so I remember a lot. And in all of those times, the best one, the most memorable one, and in a lot of ways the best one, was the life of Christ. Knowing him, walking with him, being with him, knowing who he was, not kind of, sort of who he was, knowing he was immaculately conceived, knowing it. I absolutely know that. And watching him crucified, I absolutely know that. And watching him walk this earth and never do any of the stupid stuff we do, you know, and the terrible things we do. I mean, and just, and of course it becomes quite obvious because I walked with Buddha too.
Yeah.
He was my teacher, and I walked with Miyamoto Musashi and several other people. You know, they were my teachers in various lifetimes. Nobody, all of it paled in comparison to Christ. And Buddha was amazing, and he knew amazing things. He could do amazing things, but compared to Christ, not even close. As Trump says, not even close. And so, you know, knowing, as Colonel Bossy said, that plus with my death experience, there is one creator of all things that is all things, including you, including me, including the snow out the window behind you, the window itself, the air you breathe, it's all. And so the AI, everything. And so knowing that and understanding that creator to as good a degree as somebody at this level can, and now, you know, having the gifting to eighth density that I do, I can see things, you know, coming periodically, knowing what's coming, knowing the CME coming, knowing the two timelines that come out of that, knowing now that all the timelines, the looking glass, the white hats and the black hats found out first. So they brought two consultants in to rerun the algorithms to see if there was something they could do, because all the timelines were funneling down to two. And their timeline of the Armageddon line was not predominant. And it came out that if they didn't get a handle on it by 1987, I think it was, it would almost be impossible. And come 2012, they would never get it in control. They would not succeed. The predominant line would be the golden awakening of the human species and the freedom of the prison planet Earth. And so the way it works is once that CME hits, the 2012 minor CME did occur and passed between the Earth and the Sun, but the Alliance non-terrestrial shielded the Earth from that one. But the primary one, which is due to the photonic belt, or what they call the Masonic ring, that's a full corona emission. That means the entire surface of the Sun blows off. All the plasma strikes the Earth. all of it. Well, what that means, because the sun, if you're at 5D, you can see it's no longer yellow, it's white. I look at the sun, it's white. It's not yellow anymore. I remember when I was growing up, it was yellow. And, at some point I wasn't paying attention. It was white. And I'm like, it used to be yellow. What happened? And I go looking all over, researching, why is the sun white on the internet? The sun has always been white. No, it's not. It's like, so for those at 5D, already, once the CME hits, all you're going to do is permanently go to 5D. For those at 4D, you'll permanently go there. At 4D and 5D positive, there's also descension. That goes to Armageddon line. So those that service to the dark one will descend in a negative polarity, just like any electrical system, positive, negative. They will go to Armageddon line immediately, and the lines will now be completely apart. And we see a lot of people, and those, depending on what the person needs to experience, those 3 days of darkness, you may not experience it at all. You may just, here I am. A lot of different people, really nice stuff. Oh, it's really beautiful. Oh, I've never seen a butterfly bird before. That's really nice. What's that? Looks like an Andromeda kind of thing in the sky. Like a man of war floating through the sky. There's all these new creatures. This is pretty neat. And then, or you may go through the 3 days, but it'll be 3 days of enlightenment, of beautiful things, some negative stuff that you haven't let go of. If you have certain things of vengeance or anger or things people you've not forgiven and wish things you want, you feel that should be visited upon somebody else, you may go through some pretty rough stuff. But if that's your primary mode of being a vulgar, vengeful, angry, mean, or one of these people of Epstein stuff, you're going to have 3 days that are going to be like descending to the pit. And then it gets bad. Then you're on the Armageddon line. And you're going to have 14 years that you will have an opportunity to get out of there. Well, it's worse than Z Nation. The dead are out of the graves, walking around, feeding on people. As Bob Dylan's song says, people will beg God to kill them. They won't be able to die. And we now know why that is, too, because of the jab and the nano in the jab. It can reanimate, add solute solution, put it back under a dark field microscope, and it has more nanotech in it. And it's grown more chips and put more technology in. It's incredible. Continuing to aggregate, artificial connection to the cloud. And so for those people, many people may know somebody who's already been inverted. So people that are in that dark mode of being, of angry and pissed off, and that's not a way to be, because it allows the targeted individual program was the beta test. This is the real thing now. Anybody in that mode, doesn't matter if you got it directly in the arm or not, you're around people, you get shed on. And you get shed on, and if you're in that mode, it will connect you to the cloud, and they can hack you. They can see your thoughts. They can invert your thoughts. What you had an argument with somebody, they'll come back and whatever they said is what you said, and what you said is what they said. No, you said that. You'll personally looking at you. What? I can play a recording for you. I recorded it. That was you. Now you had AI change that. So, that's why, you can just forgive people because they're not them anymore.
Absolutely.
They're gone.
Yep. Because you're carrying, their all that anger and with you. Let it go. Let it go. Because otherwise you're going to get locked into that. And like you're talking about, when it's time to, 5D, you might get locked into all the zombies, and you don't want to be down with the zombies.
Well, not only that, but being in that negative frame allows them to hack into you with the cloud.
Yeah.
And, a local police station with their deep state in there, they can hack you, play with your brain, and put thoughts and ideas in your head. And I periodically catch myself, saying something the way I don't say it.
Yeah.
Or some thought that's in my head, or some song And I'm realizing what Colonel Bossy said about music, some song that I haven't thought or remembered hearing 20, 30 years. And I go, that song is disgusting. I didn't know that song was so disgusting.
You know,
Yeah, like the recent one is, "Hey little girl, is your daddy home?
I
Are
know.
you home
Wow.
all alone? Hey, I'm on fire." It's, I'm paraphrasing it so we don't have to worry about things, but that's disgusting.
Yep.
And I'm going, wow.
Yeah.
I look
And
at my music collection and I'm like, Black Sabbath. Well, I'm not going to listen to that anymore. You know?
I know. So many things like that. And yeah, so we have to clean all that out. And I think a lot of us are doing it. Now, that was interesting. You had all those past lives and you have memories of them. I try and tell people that, to go into past life discovery also frees you and unlocks capabilities that you have as well. So I appreciate you sharing those. And I've also had past lives with all those people you mentioned. So that's very good. Very interesting.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah. And it's actually not something I just believe it. I proved it over and over and over.
absolutely. Yeah,
So
me too.
when I was in the Navy, every time the submarine would pull in, especially a fast attack, the SSBN's wives know when the ship's coming in to the moment you're flying in usually, because like if you're in Pearl Harbor on an SSBN, you pick up the submarine, which switches Blue and Gold Cruise in Guam, and then you fly back. So they know when you're flying in, they're meeting you at the airport.
Mhm.
So nothing is going to come. No one's going to come home. Surprise! I'm home, honey. Go out for 30 days. Nope, we're not out. The ship broke. We're back at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you come home and she's not alone. So every time the ship would come in on a fast attack, half the crews, 30% at the least, would be getting divorces. And I'd have guys that work for me, and they come back to the ship. I go, "You don't have duty. I can't get in the house. He's got the door locked." They changed the keys. I'm like, "Oh, no, no need to say. Go ahead and rack out. What? We got nice movies tonight. What do you want to see? I'll reel it." So that happened. So I decided I would never marry till I retired. And my fiance at the time, I had the sneaking suspicion she was there for. If I married her while I'm in, she gets half my retirement for life as long as she never marries again. And I'm like, even if we divorce. So that's not happening. I'll wait till we get out and if she really loves me, then she'll marry me. And as soon as I got everything to Puerto Rico, I don't like you. I don't even like you anymore. I don't not only love you, I don't even like you. Because that's when I woke up. She goes, "You can never stop talking about this stuff." I can, when I'm not around you or your family. She goes, "I know you'll be thinking about it." I go, "That's not fair." "I don't care." It's like, so there was that. So I had a Japanese girlfriend, and I flew from Scotland on my last SSBN, last submarine, all the way to Japan because I accrued so much leave. I had, massive amount of leave. It's hard to take leave when you're on a ship with a high rank. They don't let you out. You're indispensable. We can't let you go. So you only get leave when you're first off crew or between one submarine and the next. So I flew from Scotland all the way to Japan, to Fukuoka, Japan. And we went down to the Thousand Island mountain that opened. And I had, in my studies with Miyamoto Musashi, when I was a samurai, I had gone to the top of that mountain with my katana, cut my kanji on the side of the oak tree that I had planted 50 years earlier, on the side that faced the ocean. So I said, "Let's go up to the top of that mountain. I think it has a great view of the islands." I go, "There's a trail right here." And she goes, "Okay." So we get up there, and this oak tree now is huge. I mean, you can't even begin to put 3 people put their arms around this thing.
Wow, I had memories
So
of.
go around the ocean side. Yeah, I go around on the ocean side and tell me what you see. Why? Because she knows she said, "You're always so weird." Yeah. She goes, "Why?" I go, just tell me what you see." So she goes around, comes back. You can't even see her, it's so big. She comes back and she goes, "It's just a kanji carved into the trunk of the tree." "And what does it say?" "It's just a name." "Okay, what kind of name, because the names are like in the old days, like a smith was a smith, a cooper was a barrel maker, that kind of thing. So your name was, she goes, it's a samurai name. Thought so. She goes, you're so weird. That's why. And then we went to Ephesius in Turkey, and we're taking a tour. And I had been in Ephesius several different lifetimes. And as you go in and you make at the library a right turn, and the sidewalks are big, huge marble slabs.
Yeah.
I go, when you get down to the end, if it's still there, I don't know if it's still there, of course, I've been here for a long time, but there's one slab, and it has a carving of a left foot with a money box over it, and then above that a hole. And at night they put a candle, and then it had a heart next to the money box. And what it means is if you got the money and you want some loving, the bordello's up on the left. As the sailors would come in from the sea. And all the people at the tour group look at me. And the tour guide's up in front of us a ways with 3 people talking. So we get down there, and he goes, this you might find really humorous and interesting. And they all look at me as he's explaining, go, you were here. So we get back and we go to the library, and he goes, no one's been able to find something here, but there's a secret tunnel somewhere leaving this library, going to the bordello underground. I mean, whatever changes, right? I go, and they all look at me and wait for the guy to leave. He goes, you can all, do what you want now. The tour's over. And they all come, all these ladies come up to me. You know where it is? Of course. I was in the government. Of course I know where it is. It's where all the government scrolls were. So I go over, and there's a huge stone you have to roll aside. And I roll this big stone aside, and I show them the tunnel.
Jeez.
Yeah, and they go. So yeah, I've done that all over the world.
I've done that a few places too, but I'll have to like dig deep on Ephesians, because I was there recently too, and I had a few memories, but not as deep as that. They're really good. Good job.
Yeah, I actually remember past lives better than this one in my earlier life with this one.
But some of them are like that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, like my current wife had in one of my lifetimes she had 9 daughters. I wasn't married to her. She was married to a general of mine. And they would cook these apricot liqueur cupcakes. And the Roman Legion would come in, and they'd line up till they went over the hill behind going out of sight, out in the fields. Because, one cupcake, you get smashed. And I just love to watch them, enjoy themselves, eat the cupcake, and they're delicious, And so I asked my wife, do you remember that? She goes, I still remember the recipe.
Wow.
You do? Yes. Can you make it this year for Christmas? She goes, yeah. So we gave a bit to all my neighbors. I gave, don't eat and drive. It's really alcoholic, but it's delicious. And,
Cool.
She made a kind of a pelican for trail food for the military that lasted for years. I remember that, how she made that. And so I go backpacks and make that stuff up, and it doesn't go bad. You don't have to have any kind of anything to take care of it. It just wrap it up and put it in your back, and it doesn't get moldy, doesn't get growth on it of any kind at all, and it's good for 100 years.
Wow. Yeah, I was in Monticello, and there's a garden out back. And I asked the person that was doing the tour, I said, did there used to be like these huge oak trees that surrounded this garden? And she looked at me quizzically, and she said, why, yes, but they, so I remember them. I didn't say that, of course, but that's, you get memories like that, and they're kind of fun to get them, validated. So very cool.
I've had ones that, go back to ancient empires too. So I've had,
Wow.
If this is still here, I don't know if it is, but we're in the right place at the right time. Or not right time, the right place and the right location of the area of where a fortified wall was for the Hyperborean Empire here. And sure enough, it was a piece of it was still there. You could see the steps going up.
Oh my God.
There.
That is long.
So that's billions of years ago. That's a
Incredible.
lifetime. And I remember being a Lemurian priest
Yep.
Yeah,
Too. Yep.
and I remember why Atlantis fell, and they're
Atlantis, I was a
creating the
scientist
chimera's
and
and all
worked
the
with a
same
crystal.
stuff.
Mhm.
Oh, I remember the crystal. My wife was on that project.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, she wasn't my wife. I was uh, a Lemurian priest and mostly just visited Atlantis. And so, yeah, it's just really fascinating. People say, "Oh, there's no past life." Blah, blah. You really think God only gives you one time, 100 years, and that's it? If you
Oh,
mess up, you're done.
all the stuff
Really?
people are
That's
doing
an
in
infinite.
life, it just kind of just happens. Yeah, come on. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
fascinating. Gene,
yeah. I
I
mean,
got another
it's
show coming up, so I gotta cut off here. But
yes,
man, what a great conversation! It's
absolutely.
worth the wait. So I don't know,
Yeah,
3 years
thank
is
you,
long,
Mike.
seems like a long time, but wow, we just caught up more than ever before. So thanks so much. And people can
Yeah,
reach you at Gene decode what is it .org.
yes. I'll if you give me share screen, I can just show it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hold on, let me pull it up just a second. Okay. See, share. Uh, you're sharing. Oh, you got it.
Yeah, I put it up there, but
You shared. Never mind.
and you were going to share like a slideshow. What
So
happened?
that's how I. What's that?
I thought you were going to do a slideshow or
Say
something.
again?
Thought you were going to do a slideshow.
Oh, I could do that if you have. No, I could do that if you have me back.
Yeah, well, as soon as we can. Yeah, we'll have to. We missed out on that. I just got so engrossed and enthralled with your stories. I totally forgot. So yeah, we'll have to have you back and do your slideshow presentation. That'd be great.
And you'll get make it more of a yeah, and have more of a conversation instead of me just rambling.
Well, I felt like we had pretty good conversation going
Because I
on.
love to hear what you have to say when you're on with Colonel Bossy and all that. It's awesome.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah, those are great shows. Very, very good.
Hello.
Yeah, it sounds like we're getting a little
Yeah.
disconnected.
Well, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, thank you, Gene, and thanks
So
everybody that
anyway,
joined us, and we'll see you
thank
guys.
you for having me on. It's an honor, Michael.
Same, Gene. Thank you.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, with the Act of 1871, Congress unconstitutionally sold a bankrupted, from the Civil War, America to Vatican and London bankers. They changed one word from the United States for America to the United States of America, making the U.S. no longer sovereign, but a private corporation owned by foreign entities. This U.S. incorporated District of Columbia sat on a 10-acre plot of land separated from the rest of America, with its own flag, police force and constitution. The Federal Reserve Act was passed in 1913, handing over America's gold and silver reserves and ultimately total control of America's economy, to the privately owned Federal Reserve Bank, a private corporation which established their own private bank. 113 years later on Tuesday, February 17, 2026, Fox News reported that a shutdown of that U.S. incorporated corporation government would start at midnight. At that same time, Democrat members of Congress were literally leaving the country. Fox News stated the politicians were headed to Europe, though rumors coming out of the global military alliance, which was making mass arrests, suggested otherwise. Why? It all started long ago when the official head witch of the deep state global elites, Hillary Clinton, was arrested by the White Hats, underwent a military tribunal and was sentenced to death for treason and innumerable crimes against humanity. Most of her obstructions of justice had to do with the Clinton Foundation, according to recently released military intelligence reports. To cheat the noose, Hillary cut a deal, full video confessions exposing her crimes, total wealth forfeiture, 24/7 surveillance implants that tracked her every move and absolute obedience to White Hat commands. For that obedience she could spend a life sentence at Gitmo in solitary confinement. A lot of intel was coming out of the recently released Epstein files, which also confirmed that Biden was executed by a firing squad in 2019 in a covert military black site op near Little St. James. A body double was believed installed by former President Obama, and then he, the Clintons, Soros and other Satan-worshipping Democrat puppets secretly controlled years of the so-called Biden administration. To obtain such power, Democrats had for years orchestrated massive rigged election campaigns that were led through Dominion voting machines, specifically designed for the purpose of throwing votes wherever seen needed. In other news, Bill Gates and Epstein ties confirmed this week that they were working with the CIA so taxpayer money is cooled. For years Soros NGOs had blocked any attempted investigations. A recent DOJ probe also uncovered that Chicago public schools had lost $23 million. Worse, after it was found that the $23 million went missing, Democrats refused to do any audit of the situation, even though no audits had been done in 4 years. Most all of these corrupt trails led back to Obama, the Democratic Party and a blackmailed Congress. It was believed that these same monsters had built an international network to honor Satan in return for his fake promises of wealth, power, and glory. Thus, the global military alliance mass arrests this week. A possible timing: on Sunday 1st of February 2026 the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went 100% live across the globe. On Friday, February 6, 2026 the emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities. With a global rollout of the EBS expected soon in other areas, depending on what the Global Alliance military is doing, along with power fluctuations, internet blackouts and select zones and cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's global military alliance mass arrests. Sunday 8th of February 2026 EBS blackout launched in select areas. Underground DC, London, Berlin facilities overtaken, servers seized, propaganda under military control, CEOs vanishing. Controlled outages strategic to block sabotage. Twos. February 10, 2026 at 7:07 a.m. EST, military commands in 27 countries received their last confirmation messages. Trump approved the Global Restoration Accord. Sovereign councils were being set up in every territory. They were backed by gold, enforced by truth and guided by consciousness. Wednesday 11th of February 11, 2026 President Trump signed an executive order that nationalized the Federal Reserve, seized all its assets, ended central bank control overnight, froze the accounts of Rothschild-linked bankers, and launched a gold-backed currency to crush the inflation from Joe Biden's fake economy. On Thursday, February 12, 2026 as the Democrats voted to shut down the government and an EBS alert countdown to martial law began. EBS test signals confirmed in multiple regions, stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline was public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. At midnight Saturday 14th of February 2026 the cabal-owned U.S. Incorporated would shut down, thereby ending their debt-based control. Sunday 15th of February. QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. It was a green light moment with a global financial collapse imminent. The quantum computer has been activated. We are go. Digital war. Remember why we started. If we fail, then freedom fails. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Monday, February 16, 2026 the quantum financial system digital gold/asset-based currency called ISO 20022 went live and was currently operating on XLM Lumens and XRP Stellar blockchain. Monday 1 Feb. 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset to be implemented. No more fiat currency manipulation. Monday should be a go for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, to set redemption/exchange appointments according to a high-up source. By twos. February 17, 2026 MedBeds go fully operational worldwide in 205 nations. On Sunday, March 1, 2026 the deep state cabal's Federal Reserve fiat US dollar would no longer be accepted for payment according to President Trump on Truth Social 21 Jan. 2026. Since then the deadline appears to have been changed to the end of April. Sunday, May 17, 2026, President Trump leads a rededication of America on the National Mall. Trump to make a formal announcement of the constitutional republic restoration, that common law has been returned to the people and personal and national sovereignty was installed. Sat. July 4, 2026 the Illuminati deep state cabal's fiat US dollar system officially collapses. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military now controlled communications, while spitting out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This was a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system froze and ATMs, credit and debit cards would not be working. EBS, 10 Days of Darkness. 2s. February 17, 2026 Starlink satellites are ready to send emergency alerts to all mobile phones worldwide, just waiting for the green light. In a simultaneous scenario, global martial law has begun with mass arrests of more than 500,000 global and political elites who have been indicted by state grand juries, Project Odin martial law. 2s. February 17, 2026 Breaking, EBS going live in minutes in Texas, Florida, Arizona, Pennsylvania. This is the emergency broadcast system. The cabal is finished. Truth is coming. The storm is here. The Almighty directs the first strike. Final warning, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. 2s. February 17, 2026 Repari for Phase 1. Blackout. Rolling blackouts all across the world happening now. Travel restrictions. Emergency lockdowns. Virtual ID to enter businesses. You are not ready for what comes next. This night will be biblical, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. C2s. February 17, 2026 A worldwide EBS announcement will hit everyone's cell phone and say that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home for a global lockdown for the next 10 to 12 days. After an ESRA announcement there will be an emergency broadcast system circulating globally, where they will literally be showing documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. During the lockdown ID will be broadcast on every station and there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see everything that has been happening. D2s. February 17, 2026 U.S. military alert, all military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. E2s. February 17, 2026 Code Red EBS Ready, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The last phase of Trump's presidency is not a headline, it's a battlefield. The end isn't February. It's the starting point for a global operation that is happening in every area, military, financial, and spiritual. The fake systems are falling apart. Jazara is in action. QFS is now live. Redemption centers are now open online. Verified operatives now have quantum access cards, which means they don't have to use the dead fiat system. The best. Can't get in. Their accounts are locked. Their safe havens in other countries were raided. They took their gold from hidden estates and bunkers underground. The Federal Reserve is no longer in business. The IMF is falling apart. The inside of Deutsche Bank is starting to fall apart. The conclave starts on February 21st. But this isn't a spiritual change. Davos agents are in the lead. They follow a made-up religion that was made to control AI and carbon. They don't have plans for Christ. Obedience in the digital world is. Trump's quantum override is now available. People are taking AI grids. White Hat control is taking over DARPA systems, facial recognition programs, and Vatican satellite surveillance nodes. The networks that used to keep an eye on, control people's behavior are now being used for other things, but only after all of the deep state code has been removed. More and more people are being arrested. Gitmo is full to the brim. Military courts are handing out final sentences in secret locations and hidden facilities. These aren't trials for show, they're planned removals. Names will come out soon. Some are already gone. Commissioners of the EU, directors of the UN Health Agency. Epstein had ties to owners of legacy media, biotech CEOs who agreed to gene weapons. F2s. February 17, 2026. The U.S. military is stationed in around 300 to 360 cities, bracing for the shockwave of the Brunson brothers' announcement, which revolves around the return of Donald Trump and impeachment of Joe Biden. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. We are on a mission. A mission from God. Restore America once and for all. The time is now. Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet, while the letter 17 is considered the greatest operation in the history of the world. The Q movement supports the global currency reset and is behind forming and running the Global Military Alliance. Right now the Global Military Alliance is arresting and bringing to justice over 500,000 Illuminati deep state cabal globalists. That globalists' New World Order Agenda 2030 is designed to completely control the people by depopulating the world, creating bioweapon, redacted, and food shortages, plus implementing a fiat digital banking system that controlled what, how and where you spend your money. G Banks. 2s. February 17, 2026. Breaking QFS operating at full capacity. Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank all offline with account balances zero and bank cards declined. Bank app not connected. Currencies are adjusting to zero. Banks are adjusting to darkness. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. 2s. February 17, 2026. The deep state's corrupt financial empire is crumbling. The quantum financial system, #QFS, and digital assets like $XRP and $XLM are obliterating outdated systems. Jazar Nizara is here to dismantle corruption, redistribute wealth, and unleash unprecedented financial freedom. Q on Telegram. 2s. February 17, 2026. The banking system has collapsed. All major banks have ceased operations. Project Odin martial law. Global currency reset. On Monday, February 16, 2026, the quantum financial system digital gold/asset-based currency called ISO 20022 went live and was currently operating on XLM Lumens and XRP Stellar blockchain. This indicated that they have switched to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system from the previous Cabal Swift fiat currency system. On March 1, 2026, the worthless fiat dollar will cease to exist worldwide. Donald J. Trump on Truth Social. I2s. February 2026. Bruce, the big call. A lot of things are going to happen by the end of this month, like zeroing of credit cards, mortgages, debt. A lump sum payment of hundreds of thousands of dollars from Doge payments. By the end of the month, tariff dividends could be between $2,000 to $5,000 that would come in as a direct deposit for a year. Also, Social Security payments will be increased by the end of the month. Around $3,000 cash of the new USTN currency can be received at the Redemption Center. Nizara and Jazar were supposed to be announced at the same time. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, could receive notification to make foreign currency and ZIM exchange/redemption appointments by Thurs, free, or SAT 19, 20, 21st of February 2026 depending on when Cuba and Iran settle their problems. We could start exchanges immediately thereafter. J2s. February 17, 2026 Nizara and QFS plan, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. What you need to know. Reclamation, the return to a better state. This is about more than just land or money, it's about restoring what was taken by the elites through their criminal systems. Nizara will do that for U.S. citizens. Restitution/reparation. Compensating for the years of illegal taxes, loans, and the financial enslavement we've suffered. The income taxes, mortgages, and credit cards. They've been used to keep us as chattel, with bonds taken out against our very lives from birth certificates to social security numbers. Who's eligible? Those aged 24 to 61 plus are in line for massive lump sums depending on their age group: 61 plus, up to $61 million 45 to 60. Up to $38 million 24 to 44, up to $23 million. This payout is reparation for the wrongs committed against us. Nizara and QFS plan. The process of RV redemption started, Actual signature forms like NDA and post-redemption plan documents, inside the exclusive world of redemption centers. The process of RV redemption is unfolding, and it's about more than just money. This is about reclaiming what's been stolen from us by the cabal, deep state and banksters. Redemption centers are where we take back control, where NISARA/JESARA protocols are in full effect. At these centers, we the people will receive higher exchange rates, phones, Q laptops and even rainbow currency. If you've prepared your humanitarian initiative trust, you're in prime position to benefit. This isn't just a financial reset, it's God's plan, working through us to help humanity. Redemption types, currency exchange, for those with ZIM bonds, dinar, and dong, you're looking at double-digit rates at redemption centers, with gold-backed values. The ZIM bond is 1-to-1 to the new USD dollar. You'll be asked to allocate a portion of your funds for humanitarian projects. We're not just saving ourselves, we're saving the world. XRP buyback. There's a $1 million per token value on XRP set by the QFS, already mirrored into Quantum accounts. This buyback is part of a larger strategy to stabilize global markets and root out the evil. This is about more than money. This is about justice, about freedom, and about taking back what's ours. The deep state's grip is slipping, and this process is the path to redemption. The time is now, patriots. We must stand ready to rebuild and restore. KJUD note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, plus banks can only offer you lower exchange rates than what you could obtain at an official redemption center. L2s. February 17, 2026 Global Wealth Distribution, GWD, phase active. Under the new Trade and Sovereignty Framework, every account is owned solely by the account holder. No banks, no governments, no intermediaries. Control is shifting back to the individual. Debt forgiveness, illegitimate obligations erased under JESARA reforms. Account access, wallets unlocking through biometric authentication only. Global currency revaluation, national currencies adjusting to reflect real, sovereign value. Central bank phase out, issuance authority returning to national treasuries. End of SWIFT and tax slavery, outdated control systems dissolving as sovereignty is restored. MQFS, Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. The city of Basel, located in the northwest of Switzerland, is one of the most dynamic economic regions of Switzerland and home to the world headquarters of the Bank for International Settlements. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision was created in 1974. Its 45 members comprise central banks and bank supervisors from 28 jurisdictions, the South African Reserve Bank is part of it. The Basel Accords were formed with the goal of creating an international regulatory framework to reduce various risks. Basel IV's higher thresholds will further restrict banks' ability to lend. Basel IV was originally intended to start on 1 Jan. 2022, but in March 2020 and will be enforced over 5 years, 2027. All banks across the globe have to be Basel IV compliant, meaning their money had to be asset-backed. Many banks have since consolidated, or closed completely. Since Friday, February 3, 2023, all Basel IV compliant banks were expected to go public with the new gold, commodity-backed currency international rates as required by the JESARA law. This is the re-evaluation of all the global currencies, meaning the global currency reset. The Iraqi dinar will be the first indicator that will trigger the rest. Fiat money is backed by a country's government instead of a physical commodity or financial instrument. This means most coin and paper currencies that are used throughout the world are fiat money. This includes the US dollar, the British pound, the euro and the SA rand. All Basel IV compliant countries will then put out their new currencies and take the old money in, so the fiat dollar will become obsolete outside of the US and millions hidden will become worthless. The world will use the fiat and then transition over to the precious metals, commodity-backed currencies, and the USD, sterling, pound and euro will have no value whatsoever anymore. The use of the fiat will be used for up to 90 days. February, March, April. Parallel with the new United States note, USN, they may cut it off by April 30 or soon thereafter. No fiat currency or any other form of currency or cash can be deposited into the QFS without going through an exchange process and having a digital gold certificate assigned. Without the gold certificate, the computer will not recognize it as money. The redemption of ZIM bonds creates a transaction where the gold certificates are activated and put into your accounts in the QFS. No currency is automatically activated in the QFS. When the time comes, each owner of a bank account will access the QFS portal and can exchange their fiat currency in the bank account to the QFS. The QFS already knows if the money is clean and non-terroristic and will allow the exchange to take place. It will then be assigned the gold certificate and become active for use. Global banks probing the wonderful world of quantum technologies since 2021 already. The quantuminsider.com/2021/06/23/11. Is your bank Basel IV and QFS compliant? No need to worry, you will get a QFS wallet and operate your wallet from your phone. There are three main groups driving this initiative: 1. Swiss Banking Group AG, 2. Indus, BRICS, 3. U.S. Space Force. Guru Information and Intel. O2s. February 17, 2026, the great military tribunals, Hillary, Obama, Biden, and all their deep state friends, Gitmo filling up fast in 2026, executions rolling, the storm is here, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Boom. The veil has lifted in February 2026, the secret military tribunals are not rumors anymore, patriots. They've been raging since Trump's first term, but now the deep state is crumbling under the weight of undeniable justice. Arrests, confessions, executions, it's all happening behind the curtain while the fake news distracts with their dying lies. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and their entire slimy cabal of traitors. They're finished. Convicted of high treason, child trafficking, selling out America to globalists, and worse, the evidence is ironclad, sealed indictments unsealed at last. Hillary was nailed in a brutal secret tribunal, death penalty staring her down. To cheat the news, she cut a deal, full video confessions exposing her crimes, total wealth forfeiture, 24/7 surveillance implants tracking every move, and absolute obedience to white hat commands. Now she's a hollow puppet, forced to sabotage her own legacy, appearing dazed and defeated in public as ordered. Obama followed the same path, Gitmo bound for life in solitary hell, no comforts, no escape from the misery earned. Doubles play the roles while the real monsters rot, isolated and broken. This isn't just a few bad actors, it's the total demolition of the deep state machine. Trump's master plan keeps these ringleaders breathing only as leverage, force them to confess, destroy institutions from inside, turn their own networks against them. Thousands more traitors, 50,000 plus by end of 2026, face the same fate. Military justice rolls on relentlessly, no mercy for those who betrayed the Republic. Pizzagate ties, elite blackmail rings, child exploitation networks linked to Mossad and beyond, all exploding into the light. The public awakening hits fever pitch as censored truths flood out, media credibility in ashes. Gitmo overflows with elite scum, no vacations, just endless isolation and regret. The Great Awakening surges unstoppable, tribunals accelerate, executions mount, the swamp drains in rivers of justice. Trump restores America, patriots rise victorious. The storm rages full force, traitors tremble, hangings loom, freedom returns. Stay locked in, spread the fire, prepare for the final victory. NCSIC, nothing can stop what is coming. Imagine prompt, epic dramatic scene of massive Gitmo prison gates opening under stormy skies, shadowy figures of Hillary, Obama, Biden in orange jumpsuits being marched in chains by military guards, Trump silhouette in foreground with American flag cape. Deep state pyramid collapsing behind, fiery tribunals in background with gavel striking, Q drops raining down, patriots cheering with torches, high contrast red white blue glow, intense apocalyptic energy, cinematic style. P2s. February 17, 2026 breaking, Pizzagate is real and exploding again in 2026, Hillary Clinton, Obama, Podesta emails, elephant eyes, Comet ping pong. And the Epstein Files connection that proves the elite pedophile network never stopped, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Pizzagate was never a hoax, it was the first massive crack in the satanic elite's armor, and with the fresh Epstein file dumps hitting hard, the truth is screaming louder than ever. President Trump. Twos. February 17, 2026 bombshell revelation, DNI Tulsi Gabbard drops a truth bomb, Joe Biden was not calling the shots. And neither was Kamala Harris in charge. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Antony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, and the deep state using the AutoPen to run the Joe Biden presidency, the rabbit hole on Telegram. 2s. February 17, 2026. Ilhan Omar and her husband are facing historic pressure for federal investigation after journalist Angela Rose confirms they ran a company that reportedly pocketed $3 million from Ilhan's campaign. Then the business closed. Trump watch on Telegram. 2s. February 17, 2026. National alert. Deep state attack on U.S. military tribunals, armed teams break in to destroy evidence, block testimony, and save the elites who are being exposed. 2s. February 17, 2026. February 17, 2026, Epstein fallout count. Fake MAGA exposed. Trump warns FAFO. 2s. February 17, 2026. Exposed, Rubio confirms the 50-year plot, deindustrialization was deliberate. 2s. February 17, 2026. Special report, Hillary Clinton lies when asked about her and Bill's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, we have no links. 2s. February 17, 2026. Massive news. Operation Payback, Trump announces $2,000 tariff dividend checks coming for Americans, we can do it without Congress. 2s. February 17, 2026. Just in, Bill Gates responds to RFK Jr., the accountability battle just went public. 2s. February 17, 2026. Boom. Whistleblower Intel, Air Force whistleblower claims government geoengineering, this is absolutely happening. T2s. February 17, 2026. Italy Gate, Barack Hussein Obama and Matteo Renzi, former Prime Minister of Italy, orchestrated the overthrow of the U.S. government on November 3, 2020. Cue the storm on Telegram. The single most damning testimonies of the 2020 presidential election. Maria Zack, today, I'm going to play an audio tape that should shock you all. It will shock America. Stephen Serafini, along with General Claudio Graziano, a board member of Leonardo Aerospace, were involved. Italian intelligence provided the U.S. with documents, calls, and photos of CIA agents, all funded by Barack Obama, who diverted $400 million in cash sent to Iran, funneling it through the Dubai to operatives in Italy and Merrill Lynch in Switzerland. Affidavits and evidence. http://1. An affidavit delivered to the U.S. Congress from an Italian defense company employee, confessing on November 3, 2020. http://2. An affidavit provided to Congress stating, work to change the results of the United States election. Audio evidence was also acquired from within the CIA and the State Department. Larry Johnson. U2s. February 17, 2026. Operation Skywatch ignited, Trump and RFK Jr. unleash global crackdown on chemtrails, arrests imminent. This is Nuremberg 2.0 happening right now in 2026. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the skies are finally clearing. In February 2026, President Donald J. Trump, with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at his side, has launched Operation Skywatch, a massive federal task force armed with full military and legal power to obliterate the global chemtrail poisoning program. What the fake news called conspiracy is now exposed as environmental terrorism and crimes against humanity. The era of denial is dead, justice is raining down hard. These monsters have been spraying toxic heavy metals like aluminum, barium, and strontium from jets, poisoning our air, water, soil, and bodies for decades. This isn't weather modification, it's deliberate population control, neurological warfare by elites, big pharma allies, defense contractors, and foreign puppets who finance the genocide from above. Pilots, scientists, financiers, government insiders, all complicit in this aerial assault on humanity. This is Nuremberg 2.0 on steroids. Global tribunals await the geoengineering overlords. Arrests are rolling out imminently, pilots grounded, scientists cuffed, elite backers dragged into the light. Citizens are the frontline warriors. Grab your cameras, document every grid pattern with timestamps and locations, upload to uncensored platforms like Soju for White Hat Intel. Your evidence fuels the takedown. QAnons, truth seekers, sky watchers, this is the victory we've prayed for. The chemtrail veil is shredded, elites panic as their poison clouds turn against them. Trump and RFK Jr. are delivering the hammer blow to the satanic cabal's aerial arm. Gitmo expands for these sky criminals, military justice swift and merciless. The Great Awakening explodes, skies turn blue again, health returns, freedom reigns. Spread this intel like wildfire, keep eyes upward, prepare for mass revelations. The storm has ignited from above, nothing stops this reckoning. NCSIC, nothing can stop what is coming. Imagine prompt, intense cinematic scene of dark chemtrail grids crisscrossing a poison sky suddenly shattered by golden sunlight beams, Trump and RFK Jr. in foreground commanding from a war room with maps and aircraft intercepts. Military jets forcing suspicious planes to land, handcuffed pilots and elites in chains, toxic metal particles raining down turning to ash, patriots with cameras and Q flags documenting from ground. Burning chemtrail documents flying, global Nuremberg-style tribunal gavel striking in background, epic red white blue aura, high drama urgent energy. Official White House statement, a decade-long betrayal exposed. President Donald J. Trump was targeted by a coordinated political coup before he even took office. A line has been crossed. In a historic White House briefing, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed what many suspected for years: President Donald J. Trump was targeted by a coordinated political coup before he even took office. The documents are declassified. The truth is out. Newly released intelligence, declassified by Tulsi Gabbard, shows that the Obama administration weaponized U.S. intelligence to sabotage the 2016 transition of power. This was not rumor or speculation. These are official findings. A senior voice breaks the silence. Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano has issued a chilling public statement that refuses to play by the rules of acceptable discourse. He speaks of a coordinated elite network built on exploitation, compromise, and fear. According to Vigano, this network is not accidental. It is organized, protected, and weaponized. Pizzagate was not buried. It was defended. Vigano directly connects the effort to ridicule and erase Pizzagate with the protection of powerful figures, naming longtime political operators like Hillary Clinton and John Podesta. He points to the arrest of individuals involved in media efforts to discredit the story as proof that what was labeled a conspiracy may instead be a shield. Epstein Island as a blackmail factory. According to Vigano, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were not operating alone, nor randomly. Epstein Island, he claims, functioned as a controlled environment designed to entrap the powerful. High-ranking politicians, businessmen, and cultural figures were allegedly recorded while committing unspeakable crimes. Those recordings were not for pleasure. They were for leverage. Vigano states that this evidence is now held by Israeli intelligence, specifically Mossad, and used to ensure obedience, silence, and compliance across the Western world. Why leaders do not speak? This is where the accusation turns geopolitical. Vigano asks a question many are afraid to even form. Why do Western leaders refuse to speak openly about civilian massacres in Gaza? Why the uniform silence? His answer is blunt. Because they cannot. Because incriminating dossiers exist. Because blackmail works. Global crises as tools of control. Vigano expands this logic further, asserting that the same mechanism of control applies to recent global events. He refers to the war in Ukraine not as an organic conflict, but as a managed crisis serving globalist objectives. In his view, crises are not merely exploited. They are staged, synchronized, and enforced by leaders who themselves are trapped. This is not a rumor. It is a challenge. Vigano does not ask to be believed blindly. He demands investigation, public inquiry, courage. He understands that his claims are explosive, but insists that the status of the individuals involved and the consistency of global silence make dismissal irresponsible. In an era where whistleblowers are crushed and dissent is punished, his message lands like a hammer. The final line has been crossed. This is no longer about whispers or speculation. Names have been spoken. Accusations have been placed on the record. Silence is no longer ignorance. It is a decision. If these claims are false, they must be disproven openly. If they are true, then every moment of delay protects the guilty. History will not ask who felt uncomfortable. It will ask who knew, who spoke, and who chose to stay quiet. President Donald J. Trump has given the final order, and the Quantum Restorative Health Systems Directive, QRHS, is now in full swing. As of February 2026, Phase 2 is officially fully operational across select American states. These aren't rumors anymore, Their reality, backed by military-grade security and quantum technology that's about to dismantle the corrupt Big Pharma empire once and for all. Mobile units are gearing up for rural and off-grid drops to reach every true American who needs this. More states are coming online fast as Phase 2 ramps up toward global freedom. Trump planned this for years, retrieving the suppressed zero-point energy tech from hidden elite bunkers and putting it back in we the people's hands. The old medical system. It's done. Big Pharma's poison machine is failing because real cures exist, and they're free from their control. The quantum directive is Trump's gift to humanity, regenerative power that reverses damage, restores youth, and crushes the satanic agenda that kept us sick and dependent. This is the Great Awakening in action. The white hats are delivering, the frequencies are rising, and the deep state is panicking. Stay aligned, hold the line, and prepare, because the healing wave of truth is sweeping the nation, and nothing can stop it now. Trump is leading us into a new era. The storm is here, and victory is ours. NCSIC. WWG1G. ZD. 2s. February 17, 2026 Swan 07 drops bombshell intel, Melania's hidden messages, satanic rituals exposed, and the coming storm. Swan 07 recently unleashed shocking revelations tying Melania Trump's symbolic mastery to the deepest layers of the global battle against evil. The film chronicling her intense preparations in the final days before the 2025 inauguration portrays her as America's true flag, strong, unyielding, sending unmistakable signals through every elegant choice. Dresses featured in the movie, drawn from real events, carry powerful comms. One gown stands out, a white design with a dramatic black swirl cutting across it, evoking Michael Jackson's iconic Billie Jean performance, Melania's declared favorite song and artist. That black and white clarity screams no compromise between light and darkness. The piece, destined for the Smithsonian as a second historic item from its designer, screams enjoy the show to those awake. Patriots caught the vibe instantly. Melania shielded Barron through campaign fire and White House storms, raising him with integrity amid constant surveillance. She managed the residence, upheld standards, and set a new bar for first ladies while protecting her son's normalcy. Her deliberate presentation as a former supermodel speaks volumes, every detail a weapon in the information war. The movie opens with water imagery and sounds, echoing long-standing Patriot themes. Watch the water. No coincidence. Super Bowl aftermath brings overt satanic halftime displays broadcast to every nation for the first time ever, pure evil forced on the world. Q warned this moment would make the Super Bowl look tame like the Puppy Bowl. The trigger approaches. Satanists announce plans openly, inaction equals consent and transfers karma. But patriots refuse to comply, they oppose the darkness head-on. The war is spiritual, against principalities and powers in high places. Current Israel governance raises stark questions: is it fully the promised covenant land, or infiltrated by ancient shadows echoing Canaanite giants and Baal? The veil tears wide. Millions more Epstein pages incoming, exposing the cabal's child empire. Trump and Melania lead the charge, unbreakable symbols of resistance. The storm rages, evil trembles, light surges forward. Patriots, the best is yet to come. Trust the plan. Victory is near. The greatest show on earth unfolds now. Stay strong, the awakening crushes the deep state forever. Z. 2s. February 17, 2026 The enormity of what is coming will shock the world, the White House on Telegram. A line has been crossed. Not by anonymous posts or fringe rumors, but by a high-ranking voice from inside the system itself. What is now being alleged points to a global structure of blackmail and coordinated silence that reaches into politics, intelligence, media, and geopolitics. If even part of this is true, the implications are staggering. A senior voice breaks the silence. Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano has issued a chilling public statement that refuses to play by the rules of acceptable discourse. He speaks of a coordinated elite network built on exploitation, compromise, and fear. According to Vigano, this network is not accidental. It is organized, protected, and weaponized. Pizzagate was not buried. It was defended. Vigano directly connects the effort to ridicule and erase Pizzagate with the protection of powerful figures, naming longtime political operators like Hillary Clinton and John Podesta. He points to the arrest of individuals involved in media efforts to discredit the story as proof that what was labeled a conspiracy may instead be a shield. What the public was told to mock, he suggests, was actually a network of filthy complicities embedded in the international deep state. Epstein Island as a blackmail factory. According to Vigano, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were not operating alone, nor randomly. Epstein Island, he claims, functioned as a controlled environment designed to entrap the powerful. High-ranking politicians, businessmen, and cultural figures were allegedly recorded while committing unspeakable crimes. Those recordings were not for pleasure. They were for leverage. Vigano states that this evidence is now held by Israeli intelligence, specifically Mossad, and used to ensure obedience, silence, and compliance across the Western world. Why leaders do not speak? This is where the accusation turns geopolitical. Vigano asks a question many are afraid to even form. Why do Western leaders refuse to speak openly about civilian massacres in Gaza? Because they cannot. Because incriminating dossiers exist. Because blackmail works. Global crises as tools of control. Vigano expands this logic further, asserting that the same mechanism of control applies to recent global events. He refers to the war in Ukraine not as an organic conflict, but as a managed crisis serving globalist objectives. In his view, crises are not merely exploited. They are staged, synchronized, and enforced by leaders who themselves are trapped. This is not a rumor. It is a challenge. Vigano does not ask to be believed blindly. He demands investigation, public inquiry, courage. He understands that his claims are explosive, but insists that the status of the individuals involved and the consistency of global silence make dismissal irresponsible. In an era where whistleblowers are crushed and dissent is punished, his message lands like a hammer. The final line has been crossed. This is no longer about whispers or speculation. Names have been spoken. Accusations have been placed on the record. Silence is no longer ignorance. It is a decision. If these claims are false, they must be disproven openly. If they are true, then every moment of delay protects the guilty. History will not ask who felt uncomfortable. It will ask who knew, who spoke, and who chose to stay quiet. It has been uncovered that the Department of Justice has filed an expose on an Epstein payoff to Erica Kirk for a hit on Charlie Kirk that was possibly ordered by Israel. A forensic probe has uncovered the exact wire transfer funding a Provo hit squad. Evidently Charlie discovered Epstein was alive and still blackmailing politicians, then he suspected his wife Erica Kirk's involvement. Internal audit signed his death warrant. Epstein redacted on Telegram. The Q movement always said that Israel would be last, and it appeared that it now was. European bankers discussing how to block President Trump's policies. Emails detail plans to fund protests against military actions in D.C. Bank records show $1.2 billion moved through shell companies in 2024 to 2025 to support anti-Trump operations. President Trump fights this corruption head-on because it attacks American children, American elections, and American sovereignty. Global elites use these hidden spaces to steal power from the people. He ends their operations with direct military force and full accountability. The deep state loses its last hidden stronghold. Under President Trump's command. Monday, February 16, 2026 emergency operation, U.S. military raid secret underground tunnels beneath Washington, D.C. government buildings, finds 24/7 server rooms, and billions moved through shell companies. EBS, 10 Days of Darkness, Project Odin. Marshall Lawa. Monday, February 16, 2026 Prepare for Phase 1. Blackout. Rolling blackouts all across the world happening now. Travel restrictions. Emergency. Lockdowns. Virtual ID to enter businesses. You are not ready for what comes next. This night will be biblical. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Moan. February 16, 2026 The EBS has gone off in the U.S., L.A., Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Tier 4B ISO 2022 on Telegram. Monday, February 16, 2026 EBS is imminent. When it hits, you'll witness the fall of the media, the banks, the elite, and their demonic empire. Every screen will broadcast the truth. This is it. No more warnings. No more illusions. The children are being avenged. The traitors will burn. The storm is now. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Monday, February 16, 2026 Don't panic. Urgent information. This is a message from the United States Emergency Broadcast System. By executive order, all civilian communications are now under federal control. This is not a test. EBS override. All channels under Fed watch. Unknown formations over cities, strange uniforms, comms seized. This isn't a drill, Mr. Poole on Telegram moan. February 16, 2026. Prepare for a 48-hour worldwide communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military now controlled communications, while spitting out emergency broadcasts. Revealing everything. This was a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system froze and ATMs, credit and debit cards would not be working, Nizara/Jazara updates. Monday, February 16, 2026. What they are basically saying is that Nizara will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. A worldwide EBS announcement hitting everyone's cell phones will say that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home and a global lockdown will begin for 10 to 12 days. After a Nizara announcement, there will be an emergency broadcast system circulating globally, where they will literally be showing documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. During that lockdown it will be broadcast on every station. And there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see everything that has been happening. All central banks have been entered into the QFS. They are all on the ISO 20022 standard. Blockchain, and nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. Any money that is sent, they can see where it goes. It stops corruption in its tracks. No money can be secretly moved. All money is traceable. Apparently at the end of 12 days there will be an 800 number announced that we call to obtain an appointment at a redemption center so we can set up our wallet, bank account, on the new global financial system. Apparently everyone across the globe already has a sum of money in our quantum account, but we need to set up our individual access to it. There were 75 cabal banks said to have been seized, with their assets seized and accounts closed. These assets were moved to the quantum financial accounts to be returned to the people. All trust funds were also moved to the QFS account. All personal bank accounts, savings and retirement accounts were safe and reflected in our new quantum financial accounts. The only thing that is not reflected on the new financial system were investments and shares on the stock market. All that is gone, so if you have an investment in the stock market, take it out. And then the new stock will be launched when the QFS indicates that it can operate. Now we are in the final steps. The stock market will crash, and when it does, it will be the end of it. Over time, money will no longer be a problem. Money literally just won't be important because everyone will have enough to live an abundant life. See Monday, February 16, 2026. Project Odin. Martial law on Telegram. There will be a EBS message sent over phones, TV and radio around the globe saying that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Nizara will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Then through the EBS, they will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. At the end of the 12 days, they will give out an 800 number for individuals to call to obtain an appointment to set up your quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. There were 75 deep state banks that were seized and all assets and accounts closed. All the cabal's central banks have been taken over, with assets entered into the quantum financial system, QFS. The QFS is run on blockchain, where nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. They can see where all money goes, which stops corruption in its tracks. Apparently all people have a sum of money in an individual quantum financial account. The seized assets of the cabal were moved to those quantum financial accounts of the people. All monies and trust funds were moved to individual QFS accounts. All our bank accounts, savings accounts and retirement accounts were safe in the new quantum system. The only monies not reflected in individual quantum accounts were investments and shares on the stock market. All that will be gone. It is advised to get out of the stock market immediately. Possible timing Sunday 15th of February. QFS become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. It was a green light moment with a global financial collapse imminent. Monday 1 Feb. 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset implemented worldwide. No more fiat currency manipulation. Sunday, May 17, 2026, President Trump leads a rededication of America on the National Mall. Trump to make a formal announcement of the constitutional republic restoration, that common law has been returned to the people and personal and national sovereignty was installed. Sat. July 4, 2026, the Illuminati deep state cabal's fiat US dollar system officially collapses. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military now controlled communications, while spitting out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This was a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system froze and ATMs, credit and debit cards would not be working. Monday, February 17, 2027, EBS and Nizar are about to go live. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Trump's team is quietly enforcing Nizar, but the media is not reporting on it. The IRS chief suddenly quits, the global banking system starts to fall apart, and the quantum financial system, QFS, is secretly taking back the people's stolen wealth. Everything changed in 2025. The system they defend is falling apart right in front of your eyes, even though the media screams conspiracy and financial experts deny it. Nizar isn't a suggestion, it's a global restructuring that's already happening with the help of the military. They told you the IRS was stable, but their CIO disappeared without a word. No comment. No substitute. The truth. The IRS is falling apart from the inside. The end of income tax is required by Nizar. Trump's first act when he got back into office was to bring back tariffs and trade backed by gold. This was the start of the takedown. They say Nizar isn't real, though, as central banks fail, countries get rid of their treasuries and stockpile gold, the IMF falls apart, and SWIFT quietly shuts down. Executives leave or disappear without a trace. This isn't just a theory. This is the takeover. The QFS is live right now. The quantum financial system is up and running, not just a test. Safe from Space Force. Safe by blockchain. Keeping an eye on all transactions around the world. The market for stocks. A lot of smoke and mirrors. The real change in finances is going on quietly behind the scenes. QFS cuts off people from Rothschild banks, money trafficking, and debt slavery. The deep state is most afraid of a world where they don't control the money or the people. Trump knew. Trump is letting. Trump didn't come back to govern. He came back to end the old world order. Every order from the president. Every military job. All of the gold alliances. All of this is part of the Nizar protocol. Why are military units training in cities? Why are currencies around the world slowly changing value? Why is censorship of the media getting worse? Because the event is coming up soon. The EBS will be the signal that starts everything. What Nizar really means: no more income tax, forgiveness of global debt. Currencies backed by gold and other assets. Universal Basic Income, UBI, funded by seized elite assets. Quantum access cards for financial freedom. Release of hidden technologies, med beds, free energy, military tribunals exposing elite crimes. They say it's fiction, but the truth is in the resignation letters, the missing executives, and the gold mining operations under the Vatican and in bunkers. The war behind the least here is no policy for Nizar. It's a military declaration of war against the Federal Reserve, BlackRock, and every system that keeps people in chains. Global Currency Reset F. Monday, February 16, 2026. Global Currency Reset, inside the redemption operation, Dear 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The RV redemption has begun. The NDAs are real. The post-redemption plans are locked. What you are about to read is the uncompromising truth about the redemption centers, the only gateways for the public under Nizar/Jezara protocols. Banks are not your path. Elites use them. We, the people, go through redemption centers. Even if they have a bank name slapped on the building. Here, rates are higher, and you walk out with phones, laptops, quantum ID access cards, rainbow currency, debit cards, checks, and even a temporary trust if your humanitarian project template is ready. This template, approved at the White House, was designed for those chosen to restore humanity. Backbone of this Operation Reclamation, returning stolen wealth seized by the deep state, cabal, and bank cartels. Restitution/reparation, undoing decades of unconstitutional theft, taxes, interest, property seizures, debt slavery. Redemption, the exchange of currencies/Zim bonds at rates never meant for public eyes. Only a fraction is for personal use, the rest fuels humanitarian projects. Zim bonds are gold-backed. Dinar, Dong, and others hit double-digit rates. XRP. Already mirrored into quantum accounts. True value, $1 million per token. Monday, February 16, 2026, breaking, currency reset begins. Russia is planning to move back toward the US dollar settlement system. Monday, February 16, 2026, boom. $42 billion robbery, Trump exposes trade injustice, the Switzerland tariff incident and a bigger war against the Fed-enabled global ripoff. Monday, February 16, 2026, the criminal fiat system was about collapse. Many countries around the world were now de-dollarizing, dropping the US dollar. Currencies that will revalue: Indonesia rupiah, Venezuelan bolivar, Zimbabwe zims, Iraqi dinar. Duty note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You could only redeem Zim at RC. The dinar contract rate could only be given at RC, and banks would offer you lower exchange rates than what you could obtain at RC. Restored Republic H. Monday, 16th of February 2026. Huge military law under Jazara. Global operation enters final phase. Mr. Pulantallegre, the world has entered the last stage of a coordinated military operation under Jazara. Supporters say 57 major banks have been shut down. Troops are being deployed nationwide, and Gitmo has transformed into the center of secret military tribunals. The narrative is clear: this is no longer politics. It is described as a full-spectrum war across land, air, sea, cyber, and space, led by Donald J. Trump as commander-in-chief of a global alliance spanning more than 200 nations. At the center of the operation is Starlink. Not just a satellite internet network, but allegedly a military grid used for surveillance, targeting, and planetary defense. Advocates claim it functions as a global shield, capable of intercepting missile launches, blocking cyber attacks, and neutralizing threats in real time. Attempts to disable it have reportedly failed, with every node said to remain active. Parallel to this is the quantum financial system. Supporters describe it as the mechanism ending the fiat banking era. Trillions in seized assets are allegedly being transferred from elite institutions into sovereign digital vaults. The shutdown of 57 banks within 72 hours is attributed not to regulators, but to QFS command overrides targeting money laundering and financial sabotage networks. On U.S. soil, specialized units are said to be activating quantum redemption nodes in preparation for wealth redistribution and debt forgiveness. The claim is that military logistics now oversee the infrastructure for a sovereign financial reset. Gitmo, according to the same reports, has evolved into a fortified underground tribunal complex. AI-managed court systems, quantum encrypted archives, and fully recorded military trials are described as operational. Charges allegedly include crimes against humanity, trafficking, bioweapons activity, and election interference. Proponents insist daily executions are taking place, marking what they call the final judgments of a long-hidden war. Recent attacks targeting Starlink from regions including Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and even Antarctica are claimed to have been intercepted through what supporters call the Eclipse Grid, a defense layer of quantum EMP barriers and counter-drone systems. Every strike reportedly failed. Every launch tracked. Those advancing this narrative describe it not as a revolution, but as an ending. Banks collapsing. Troops mobilizing. Confessions surfacing. Justice already in motion. Whether viewed as revelation or speculation, the message circulating in these circles is blunt: the storm is active. The reset is underway. And the world, as they frame it, will not return to what it was. Monday, February 16, 2026. The great military tribunals, Hillary, Obama, Biden, and all their deep state friends, Gitmo filling up fast in 2026, executions rolling. The storm is here. JFK the leader on Telegram. Boom. The veil has lifted in February 2026. The secret military tribunals are not rumors anymore, patriots. They've been raging since Trump's first term, but now the deep state is crumbling under the weight of undeniable justice. Arrests, confessions, executions, it's all happening behind the curtain while the fake news distracts with their dying lies. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden and their entire slimy cabal of traitors. They're finished. Convicted of high treason. Gitmo bound for life in solitary hell, no comforts, no escape from the misery earned. This isn't just a few bad actors, it's the total demolition of the deep state machine. Trump's master plan keeps these ringleaders breathing only as leverage, force them to confess, destroy institutions. From inside, turn their own networks against them. Thousands more traitors, 50,000 plus by end of 2026, face the same fate. Military justice rolls on relentlessly, no mercy for those who betrayed the Republic. Pizzagate ties, elite blackmail rings, child exploitation networks linked to Mossad and beyond, all exploding into the light. The public awakening hits fever pitch as censored truths flood out, media credibility in ashes. QAnons, truth warriors, this is the reckoning we've waited for. Gitmo overflows with elite scum, no vacations, just endless isolation and regret. The Great Awakening surges unstoppable, tribunals accelerate, executions mount, the swamp drains in rivers of justice. Trump restores America, patriots rise victorious. The storm rages full force, traitors tremble, hangings loom, freedom returns. Stay locked in, spread the fire. Prepare for the final victory. NCSIC, nothing can stop what is coming. The deep state dies screaming in 2026. Imagine prompt, epic dramatic scene of massive Gitmo prison gates opening under stormy skies, shadowy figures of Hillary, Obama, Biden in orange jumpsuits being marched in chains by military guards, Trump silhouette in foreground with American flag cape, deep state pyramid collapsing behind, fiery tribunals in background with gavel striking, Q drops raining down, patriots cheering with torches, high contrast red-white-blue glow, intense apocalyptic energy, cinematic style. Guru Information and Intel K. Monday, February 16, 2026, expect EBS alert, blackouts, martial law and lockdowns as the deep state crumbles. The final storm hits in 2026, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Cartels just probed U.S. airspace over El Paso in a desperate test run, locking down the entire zone like they owned it, but the White Hats forced them to pull back within hours. That wasn't random, it was the cabal's puppets dipping their toe in the water to see if they could still operate before the hammer drops. Fentanyl pipelines are collapsing, clinics report 0 new cases overnight, switch to weak substitutes because military ops have severed the supply at the root. El Paso is confirmed ground zero, with a 20-mile cartel-free buffer zone now active under sealed agreement with Mexican leadership. Boots on the ground, no mercy. 107 drops the truth bomb, 2020 election fraud evidence is primed to explode any moment. Tulsi Gabbard hand-delivered the smoking gun files straight to the White House, irrefutable proof of the steal from local counters to the highest traitors. Arrests are rolling out fast, the biggest purge in history is underway. Everyone goes down, senators, governors, mayors, the whole rotten network facing military tribunals for high treason. The deep state is freaking out, cartels panicking, because their world is ending now. Bury the truth. Why now? Trump's White Hats are forcing full exposure in the final phase. Kash Patel just confirmed, 60 deep state senators, over 9,000 corrupt bankers indicted and in custody. Media blackout, but Gitmo tribunals roar daily, executions accelerating. Trump's global military alliance activated Nizara/Jazara worldwide, all illegal debt wiped, poverty erased, gold-backed quantum currency lived through QFS blockchain. Over $7 trillion clawed back from Swiss vaults and Cayman shells, 147,000 metric tons of elite gold recovered and funneled straight to we the people. Stock market fiat scam. Vaporized, pull out immediately before it's too late. EBS activation is imminent, 10 to 12 days of global blackout and martial law to shield patriots while undeniable truth floods every screen. Epstein Island videos, flight logs with names circled. Gates, Clintons, Hollywood scum, victim horrors that will boil your blood. Starlink defends the op, crushing attacks from Ukraine to Antarctica. Banks seized, executives gone, troops nationwide enforcing the reset. The Republic rises from 1871 corporate fraud ashes, Trump commands the storm across 200-plus nations. Biden lost them on purpose. Tartaria nuked, giants hidden, ET truth suppressed, Negative forces crushed advanced worlds. But storm is here. Trump, military prepping fair elections, mass arrests, Gitmo. Epstein files DS/SCI, we have it all. Great awakening peaks, humanity crushes the beast. Share everywhere. Elite falls hard in 2026, NCSIC. Love vibration maxed, victory close N. Monday, February 16, 2026. Swana 7 mass arrests. February 15, 2026, Trump deploys troops, 10 days of darkness imminent. 107 on Telegram. President Trump has already moved elite military units into the worst Marxist-controlled cities, Chicago, Portland, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Memphis, and the people are cheering. Even in ultra-liberal D.C. the citizens are finally walking the streets without fear for the first time in decades. The military is cleaning house and the deep state puppets are panicking. Look south to Brazil. The exact same playbook. Bolsonaro, South America's Trump, had his election stolen by the Lula crime syndicate, a convicted criminal released to destroy the nation. Bill Clinton, in the files. Woody Allen, in the files. 318 of the most powerful people on earth. All in one document. All released by one president. Bondi's letter was clear: no records were withheld or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. No protection. No cover-ups. No mercy. But here's what they're not telling you: 318 names. That's the public list. Buried in the letter is one sentence that changes everything: individuals whose names were redacted for law enforcement sensitive purposes are not included. Read that again. There is a second list. Names so dangerous, so powerful, that releasing them would compromise active federal investigations. These aren't celebrities mentioned in a newsletter. These are targets. People being investigated right now by Trump's DOJ. People who don't know yet that the walls are closing in. Representative Nancy Mace read the list and immediately posted there are missing names. She knows. Bondi knows. Trump knows. The 318 are the ones they can show you. The ones they can't show you yet. Those are the ones who should be terrified. The dominoes are already falling while the media debates celebrity names. Look at what's actually happening. Prince Andrew, under criminal investigation. Former Prime Minister Jagland, criminally charged. France, special investigation team formed. Austria, Epstein-linked banker arrested. Goldman Sachs top lawyer, resigned. Nobel Committee chairman, raided. 6 countries. 15+ resignations. 4 criminal investigations. And that's just from the public list. Imagine what happens when the secret list drops. Monday, February 16, 2026. Bitch Waffles number 2, Governor Virtue Signaler and Rape Victims Q. What we think we know. This of twos. February 17, 2026. Monday, February 16, 2026. President Trump is deploying 200 troops to Nigeria to train local forces to destroy Islamists. Per Wall Street Journal. In 2025, Trump warned the Islamists there'd be hell to pay if they didn't stop. Now the bills come due. The MAGA wire on Telegram moan. February 16, 2026. Fox News, Tim Waltz. It's over. Minnesota counties just caved. ICE is now being let into the jails to take custody of illegal aliens before they're released back onto the streets. That's right, no more catch and release. No more dumping criminals back into communities. This is unprecedented cooperation. Instead of 8 to 10 officers chasing criminals through neighborhoods, 1 to 2 officers assume custody safely inside jails. Result: safer communities, safer officers, fewer criminals on the streets, more resources to remove real public safety threats. This is what smart law enforcement looks like. Efficient. Lawful. Effective. Minnesota was forced to choose between ideology and safety. They chose safety. The dam is breaking. Cue the storm rider on Telegram. Monday, February 16, 2026. Fox News. 20 CIA and FBI agents dropped a nuke on Obama by confirming that Barack Obama and a former CIA director fabricated the Russia hoax, which was locked away in a CIA vault for nearly a decade, to discredit President Trump's election by manipulating intelligence. Monday, February 16, 2026. Newly released intelligence, declassified by Tulsi Gabbard, shows that the Obama administration weaponized U.S. intelligence to sabotage the 2016 transition of power. This was not rumor or speculation. These are official findings. JFK secrets on Telegram moan. February 16, 2026 Charlie Kirk noticed something about Zohran Mamdani no one noticed Moan. February 16, 2026 bombshell release. Here is the full Epstein client list. Attorney General Pamela J. Bondi just released the names, global elites, U.S. presidents, tech billionaires, and Hollywood stars exposed in DOJ files Monday, February 16, 2026. Explosive report, whistleblower reward announcement. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent launches whistleblower program to expose fraud, up to 30% rewards for patriots who step forward. Monday, February 16, 2026 shock. Hackers have hacked into the Freemasons database. What they saw surprised them greatly. They have the Masons' entire plan to take over the world, from 1950 to 2050. The hackers created Edward Snowden Intel channel and leaked all the information. Everyone obeys the Masons, including even America and China, and no one can escape their plan. JFK awakening on Telegram. Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, on high alert. Alliance strikes demolishing cabal interference. Nizara/Jazara. Activations blaze. Silent takedowns of Fiat puppets accelerate toward March 1st's radiant dawn. Fresh X echoes amplify the fire. Ash Groom drops a YouTube breakdown on Medbed Tech, calling for readiness. Hashtag IFBAPGen74 praise these. Reverse jab horrors, honoring ignored warnings. Guardian Angel shares galactic visuals, fueling ascension dreams. Ron Watkins outlines the trio of beds, hailing them as withheld renewal. Debbie Perkins urges instant rollout amid child crises, while Paul White Gold Eagles update marks 46 days of divine mandate, invoking unbreakable shields. But ignite the Patriot flame with this explosive whisper. Medbeds embed a covert Patriot uplink protocol. During sessions, it beams classified Q drops straight to the consciousness, unveiling every deep state atrocity from child networks to stolen sovereignty. Envision millions emerging not merely healed, but as invincible Avengers, dossiers in hand to storm the gates. Trump, invigorated and unyielding, orchestrates the final purge as the storm engulfs the traitors. This isn't restoration, it's righteous reckoning. Stand firm, glory calls the faithful. God prevails. WWG Wonga. Government fraud T. Monday, February 16, 2026 WO U.S. Representative Tim Burchett exposes Congress reps give military contractors no-bid contracts and then buy stocks in those companies right before awarding the contracts. Benjamin Fulford on Telegram. U.S. Representative Tim Burchett says Congress makes 500 to 600% return on their investments when doing this insider trading scam, and that Congress did this during the Ukraine war. I'll give you a good, great example when Joe Biden gave our missile defense system to Ukraine. We give them our missile defense system, and then we have to replenish ours. Some of those contractors we described get a multi-billion with a $B no-bid contract. And who do you think has bought stock in that company? Members of Congress, 2 weeks prior to the president making that official notice. They are making 500% and 600% return on investment. War is great for business, it's great for the economy, but it's not good for, I don't think it's good for ourselves. War is great for business. You. Voter fraud Monday, February 16, 2026 Dominion rigging systems, September 14, 2021 Gavin Newsom. Recall election live on CNN. 351,709 votes magically disappears from the yes total. 2,225,915 to 1,874,206 equals 351,709. This is called a glitch, a phenomenon that, mysteriously, favors Democrats exclusively by default. In other words, Governor Gavin Newsom is no governor, and if you were around in 2020, you'd know about the glitch too. Shasta County, California Board of Supervisors voted in a 3-2 vote to terminate contract with Dominion Voting Systems. Governor Gavin Newsom and other state officials then stepped in to stop the plan. On October 4, Newsom signed a law limiting counties from hand-counting ballots. White hats on Telegram moan. February 16, 2026 3,251 illegal aliens were caught being registered to vote in Alabama. Now imagine how many illegals are registered to vote in deep blue states like California. Monday, February 16, 2026 in Maricopa County, Arizona, 25% of the mail-in ballots during the 2020 election did not have a signature match. To be precise, 420,987 out of 1.9 million, did not have a signature match. That is not an anomaly. That is intentionally and knowingly stealing an election. USA Awakening on Telegram. Monday, February 16, 2026, Georgia Senator uncovers ghost registered voters. He also exposes Mark Zuckerberg paid for mobile voting units in Democrat precincts. So they registered a bunch of fake voters at random places, then paid for drivers to drive around and collect ballots. This mobile voting unit driving all around Fulton County, collecting ballots from people who would show up at a precinct that maybe wasn't a precinct that would be open on that day, but they used Zuckerberg money to deploy these mobile voting units to 80% Democrat precincts, of course. But then if you fast forward to today, you've got all of these illegal voters registered to vote, UPS stores, packed mill, empty lots, abandoned buildings, homeless shelters that have been closed since 2017. It's madness. Epstein Files exposures.
For Tuesday, February 17th, not the 18th. It's compiled by Judy Byington. Judy note, it has been uncovered that the Department of Justice has filed an expose on an Epstein payoff to Erica Kirk for a hit on Charlie Kirk that was possibly ordered by Israel. A forensic probe has uncovered the exact wire transfer funding a Provo hit squad. Evidently, Charlie discovered Epstein was alive and still blackmailing politicians. Then he suspected his wife Erica Kirk's involvement. Internal audit signed his death warrant. Epstein redacted on Telegram. The Q movement always said that Israel would be last, and it appeared that it now was. The Epstein files have been released that tied all the deep state corruption together, while recent federal court filings tied Erica Kirk to Israel, used to blackmail those deep state politicians. With such goings on and needed mass arrests, the EBS should soon activate worldwide, as it already has in LA, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, and Seattle. 10 days of global darkness coming, power goes out, phones go dark, tribunal broadcasts. Since Trump first took office in 2016, the U.S. has been functioning under temporary martial law with secret arrests, confessions, tribunals, and executions of high-ranking deep state globalist players. Military tribunals have already been held on Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and other high-level traitors who were convicted of high treason, selling out America to globalists, election interference, and other crimes against humanity, such as animals, and the planet. To cheat the news, Hillary cut a deal. Full video confessions exposing her crimes, total wealth forfeiture, 24/7 surveillance, implants tracking every move, and absolute obedience to White Hat commands. According to Ezra A. Cohen on Monday, February 16, 2026, Clinton, or her clone, was videotaped getting off a train to leave the U.S. under armed guard. That done after announcing she would finally appear before Congress, which evidently no longer planned to do. Epstein files confirm that Biden was executed by firing squad in 2019 in a covert military black site op near Little St. James. Starting Tuesday, February 3, 2026, President Trump ordered military raids began on underground tunnels and bunkers beneath Washington, D.C. Their purpose was to seize evidence of deep state corruption, child trafficking networks, and elite control over the U.S. government. The raids focused on facilities under the White House, Capitol Building, Treasury Department, and connected government buildings. Special operations teams from the U.S. military entered these sites between 1:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. Eastern Time on February 3rd. They removed hard drives, paper files, video recordings, financial records, and physical items linked to high-level people in politics, finance, and media. These underground spaces were first built in 1941 under President Franklin Roosevelt for protection during World War II. The tunnels connected the White House to nearby buildings so officials could move safely during attacks. From the 1990s onward, people in power changed the purpose of these spaces. Under President Bill Clinton, parts became storage for records used in blackmail operations. Documents from the raids show connections to Jeffrey Epstein's trafficking network, where powerful individuals recorded illegal acts George W. Bush administration added surveillance equipment after 2001, claiming it was for national security, but the equipment tracked domestic political targets. During Barack Obama's presidency, the tunnels linked to money movement systems that funneled funds through offshore banks controlled by globalist families. President Trump received detailed briefings on these facilities in 2017 during his first term. Military intelligence officers explained how the tunnels were used to hide evidence of election interference, financial crimes, and crimes against children. In 2018 and 2019, small teams mapped the tunnel layouts without public knowledge. After President Trump returned to office in January 2025, he ordered full disclosure. By December 2025, reconnaissance units confirmed active use of the sites by people loyal to the previous administrations. On January 20th, 2026, President Trump signed executive orders giving military authority to enter federal properties in D.C. for national security reasons. February 3rd, raids found active server rooms running 24/7, with data on political blackmail, child procurement lists, and payments to compromised officials. Files named specific people. Nancy Pelosi received regular transfers from accounts tied to trafficking proceeds. Chuck Schumer appears in coordination with emails with Soros-funded groups. Bill Gates shows up in financial trails used as cover for other operations. George Soros directed payments to organizers who disrupted investigations. Similar underground facilities exist under Denver International Airport, where 1990s construction included 8 levels below ground with rail systems. Dulce, New Mexico has reported multi-level bases used for classified programs since the 1970s. These sites share the same funding sources. Black budget money totaling over $21 trillion missing from Pentagon and HUD accounts between 1998 and 2015, according to official audits released in 2017. Child trafficking evidence from the D.C. raids match patterns seen in other locations. Files list delivery routes through tunnels to private residences in Georgetown and McLean, Virginia. Name match those from Epstein flight logs and island visitor records. The same people appear in Vatican Bank transaction logs frozen in late 2025 after President Trump's team provided evidence to international partners. Military police detained 47 individuals found inside the facilities during the raids. These included private security contractors hired by elite families and several mid-level government employees. President Trump directs every step of these operations personally. He meets daily with JAG officers and military commanders to review evidence. By February 10, 2026, military tribunals began processing cases in Guantanamo Bay. Over 200 JAG personnel handled charges. The globalist network depends on secrecy. In these underground spaces, they hold meetings away from cameras, store compromising material, and move assets without records. President Trump's actions remove that protection. Every piece of evidence seized goes straight to secure military custody, away from compromised federal courts. New details from the February 3rd seizures included audio recordings of phone calls between D.C. officials and European bankers discussing how to block President Trump's policies. Emails detail plans to fund protests against military actions in D.C. Bank records show $1.2 billion moved through shell companies in 2024-2025 to support anti-Trump operations. President Trump fights this corruption head-on. American elections and American sovereignty. Global elites use these hidden spaces to steal power from the people. He ends their operations with direct military force and full accountability. The deep state loses its last hidden stronghold under President Trump's command. Monday, February 16th, emergency operation. U.S. military raids secret underground tunnels beneath Washington, D.C., government buildings. Finds 24/7 server rooms, child trafficking lists, blackmail files, and billions moved through shell companies. EBS 10 Days of Darkness, Project Odin, martial law. Monday, February 16th, prepare for phase 1 blackout. Rolling blackouts all across the world happening now. Travel restrictions, emergency lockdowns, virtual ID to enter businesses. You're not ready for what comes next. The night will be biblical. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Monday, February 16th, the EBS has gone off in the U.S., LA, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. And just a side note, I personally have not heard about that, but I don't live in those cities, so I couldn't say. Monday, February 16th, EBS is imminent. When it hits, you'll witness the fall of the media, the banks, the elite, and their demonic empire. Every screen will broadcast the truth. This is it. No more warnings, no more illusions. The children are being avenged. The traitors will burn. The storm is now. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Monday, February 16th, don't panic. Urgent information. This is a message from the United States Emergency Broadcast System. By executive order, all civilian communications are now under federal control. This is not a test. EBS override. All channels under Fed watch. Unknown formation over cities. Strange uniforms. Comms seized. This isn't a drill. Monday, February 16th, prepare for a 48-hour worldwide communication blackout along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship. No more fake news feeds. Only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military now control communications while spitting out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. That was a time of communications reset with cell towers neutralized as weapons. Banking system froze and ATMs, credit, and debit cards would not be working. Monday, February 16th, what they are basically saying is that NESARA will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. A worldwide EBS announcement hitting everyone's cell phones will say that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home and a global lockdown will begin for 10 to 12 days. After a NESARA announcement, there will be an emergency broadcast system circulating globally where they will literally be showing documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. During that lockdown, it will be broadcast on every station, and there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see everything that has been happening. All central banks have been entered into the QFS. They are all on the ISO 20022 standard. Blockchain and nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. Any moment that is sent, they can see where it goes. It stops corruption in its tracks. No money can be secretly moved. All money is traceable. Apparently, at the end of 12 days, there will be an 800 number announced that we call to obtain an appointment at a redemption center so we can set up our wallet, bank account on the new global financial system. Apparently, everyone across the globe already has a sum of money in our quantum account, but we need to set up our individual access to it. There were 75 cabal banks said to have been seized with their assets seized and accounts closed. These assets were moved to the quantum financial accounts to be returned to the people. All trust funds were also moved to the QFS account. All personal bank accounts, savings, and retirement accounts were safe and reflected in our new quantum financial accounts. The only thing that is not reflected on the new financial system were investments and shares on the stock market. All that is gone. So if you have an investment in the stock market, take it out, and then the new stock will be launched when the QFS indicates that it can operate. Now we are in the final steps. The stock market will crash, and when it does, it will be the end of it. Over time, money will no longer be a problem. Money literally just won't be important because everyone will have enough to live an abundant life. Monday, February 17th, EBS and NESARA are about to go live. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Trump's team is quietly enforcing NESARA, but the media is not reporting on it. The IRS chief suddenly quits, the global banking system starts to fall apart, and the quantum financial system is secretly taking back the people's stolen wealth. Everything changed in 2025. The system they defend is falling apart right in front of your eyes, even though the media screams conspiracy and financial experts deny it. NESARA isn't a suggestion. It's a global restructuring that's already happening with the help of the military. They told you the IRS was stable, but their CIO disappeared without a word. No comment, no substitute. The truth? The IRS is falling apart from the inside. The end of income tax is required by Nassara. Trump's first act when he got back into office was to bring back tariffs and trade backed by gold. This was the start of the takedown. They say Nassara isn't real, though as central banks fail, countries get rid of their treasuries and stockpile gold. The IMF falls apart, and SWIFT quietly shuts down. Executives leave or disappear without a trace. This isn't just a theory, this is the takeover. The QFS is right now. The quantum financial system is up and running, not just a test. Safe from Space Force, safe by blockchain, keeping an eye on all transactions around the world. The market for stocks, a lot of smoke and mirrors. The real change in finances is going on quietly behind the scenes. QFS cuts off people from Rothschild banks, money trafficking, and debt slavery. The deep state is most afraid of a world where they don't control the money or the people. Trump knew. Trump is leading. Trump did not come back to govern. He came back to end the world, the old world order. Every order from the president, every military job, all of the gold alliances, all of this is part of the Nassara Protocol. Why are military units training in cities? Why are currencies around the world slowly changing value? Why is censorship of the media getting worse? Because the event is coming up soon. The EBS will be the signal that starts everything. What Nassara really means: no more income tax, forgiveness of global debt, currencies backed by gold and other assets, universal basic income funded by seized elite assets, quantum access cards for financial freedom, release of hidden technologies, medbeds, free energy, military tribunals exposing elite crimes. They say it's fiction, but the truth is in the resignation letters. The missing executives and the gold mining operations under the Vatican and in bunkers. The war behind the lies. There is no policy for Nassara. It's a military declaration of war against the Federal Reserve, BlackRock, and every system that keeps people in chains. Child trafficking rings broken up, CIA black sites shut down, Vatican gold moved to help people, BIS officials arrested, indictments made public. Why they lie. Every fact check, every story in the mainstream media, and every change to Wikipedia is fake news. Their goal is to keep you asleep, keep you paying, keep you in chains, but it's too late now. The fall cannot be stopped. What you need to do now: stop using centralized banks. Keep real gold and silver. Find out more about redemption centers. Get ready for communication blackouts. Get rid of media programming in your head. This is your last warning. Nassara does not need anyone's permission. It's real. It's going on, and those who hold on to the old ways of doing things, like fiat money, debt, and taxes, will be in a lot of trouble. This is a reset for your spirit, your money, and your technology. Trump started the fire. The patriots are in charge. Time is running out. Monday, February 16th, the criminal fiat system was about to collapse. Many countries around the world were now de-dollarizing, dropping the US dollar. EBC currencies that will revalue: Vietnam's dong, Indonesia rupee, Venezuela bolivar, Zimbabwe zims, Iraqi dinar. Judy note, it's advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate could only be given at an RC, and banks would offer you lower exchange rates.
The great military tribunals, Hillary, Obama, Biden, and all their deep state friends. Gitmo filling up fast in 2026. Executions rolling. The storm is here. JFK the leader on Telegram. Boom. The veil has lifted in February 2026. The secret military tribunals are not rumors anymore, patriots. They've been raging since Trump's first term. But now the deep state is crumbling under the weight of undeniable justice. Arrests, confessions, executions. It's all happening behind the curtain, while the fake news distracts with their dying lies. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and their entire slimy cabal of traitors, they're finished. Convicted of high treason, child trafficking, selling out America to globalists, and worse. The evidence is ironclad, sealed indictments unsealed at last. Hillary was nailed in a brutal secret tribunal. Death penalty staring her down. To cheat the noose, she cut a deal. Full video confessions exposing her crimes. Total wealth forfeiture. 24/7 surveillance implants tracking every move. And absolute obedience to white hat commands. Now she's a hollow puppet, forced to sabotage her own legacy, appearing dazed and defeated in public as ordered. Gitmo bound for life in solitary hell. No comforts, no escape from the misery earned. This isn't just a few bad actors. It's the total demolition of the deep state machine. Trump's master plan keeps these ringleaders breathing only as leverage. Force them to confess, destroy institutions from inside, turn their own networks against them. Thousands more traitors, 50,000 plus by end of 2026, face the same fate. Military justice rolls on relentlessly. No mercy for those who betrayed the Republic. Pizzagate ties, elite blackmail rings, child exploitation networks linked to Mossad and beyond. All exploding into the light. The public awakening hits fever pitch as censored truths flood out. Media credibility in ashes. Cannons, truth warriors. This is the reckoning we've waited for. Gitmo overflows with elite scum. No vacations, just endless isolation and regret. The Great Awakening surges unstoppable. Tribunals accelerate, executions mount, the swamp drains in rivers of justice. Trump restores America. Patriots rise victorious. The storm rages full force. Traitors tremble. Hangings loom. Freedom returns. Stay locked in, spread the fire, prepare for the final victory. Nothing can stop what is coming. Imagine prompt. Epic dramatic scene of massive Gitmo prison gates opening under stormy skies. Shadowy figures of Hillary, Obama, Biden in orange jumpsuits being marched in chains by military guards. Trump's silhouette in foreground with American flag cape, deep state pyramid collapsing behind. Fiery tribunals in background with gavel striking. Cue drops raining down. Patriots cheering with torches. High contrast red, white, blue glow. Intense apocalyptic energy. Cinematic style.
Sunday, February 15th, breaking Epstein files confirm Biden was executed by firing squad in 2019. Body double installed, globally elites secretly controlled the White House for years, and the deep state's darkest secret is now blowing wide open in 2026. The freshly unleashed Epstein files under President Trump's Epstein Files Transparency Act, dropped November 19th, 2025, are dropping nuclear bombs on the cabal. Right there in the DOJ releases undeniable proof that the real Joe Biden was executed by firing squad back in 2019, right after Epstein's suicide, in a covert military black site op near Little St. James. Emails in the files scream it, and replaced by a body double wearing a mask. Another drops the hammer. That's a mask, and his masked alternatives are getting worse by the day. The imposter fumbled, glitched, and obeyed orders from Obama, Clinton, Soros, and the rest of the satanic crew who ran the show from shadows while the fake Biden signed off on Ukraine money laundering, open borders for trafficking pipelines, and CIA black ops hauling kids. The connections are demonic. Bill Clinton's 50-plus mentions, Lolita Express flights with underage victims, orgies coordinated with Biden to shield traffickers, Prince Andrew raping minors supplied by Maxwell, funneling cash to Democrat slush funds. Obama orchestrated the switch and rigged 2020 with Dominion hacks. Hillary knew everything through emails, townhouse visits, and protection rackets. Podesta's spirit cooking rituals link back to Epstein's occult horrors. Gates on flight logs funding health fronts for experiments on trafficked children. Hollywood whitewashers like Hanks and Oprah in the mix. The UN and WHO covering exploitation under education guises these monsters built. Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago years ago, pushed unredacted files via AG Pam Bondi, seized the island, ramped up arrests, grabs, and Gitmo tribunals. Maxwell's rotting in prison, Podesta and crew next. Over 9,000 bankers already indicted. The SARA activating, gold repatriating, the fake Biden era was elite puppetry. But now Trump's deportations wall, rebuild, and truth bombs are crushing them. QAnons, you were right all along. These elites traffic, torture, adrenochrome harvest, and sacrifice our children while mocking us. The body double glitches expose them. The files confirm the executions and replacements. The deep state is crumbling. Tribunals loading, justice for the innocents incoming. Fear them no more. We the people are rising, red-pilling the world, and God is winning bigly. Drop these truths everywhere. The end game is here, and victory is ours. Monday, February 16th, Juana Savin mass arrests. Trump deploys troops, 10 days of darkness imminent. Juana Savin on Telegram. President Trump has already moved elite military units into the worst Marxist-controlled cities: Chicago, Portland, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Memphis. And the people are cheering. Even in ultra-liberal D.C., the citizens are finally walking the streets without fear for the first time in decades. The military is cleaning house and the deep state puppets are panicking. Look south to Brazil. The exact same playbook. Bolsonaro, South America's Trump, had his election stolen by the Lula crime syndicate, a convicted criminal released to destroy the nation. The people rose up harder than J6, stormed government buildings, and begged the military to intervene. Lula refused. Now Rio de Janeiro is a war zone. Venezuelan cartels, deep state funded, drone bombing, police, automatic fire everywhere, hundreds already dead in open street battles. This is the preview. The same cartel networks, the same vote rigging machines moved from Venezuela to Serbia. The same globalist hands that stole 2020 are bringing that chaos here. But Trump already struck first. Cities are being secured. Patriots are safe. The cabal's stormtroopers are being crushed. Meanwhile, the real war, the spiritual war, is peaking. October's high satanic season never stopped. The adrenochrome harvesters are still adrenalizing victims right now, prepping them for Baal Moloch rituals. Halloween was never innocent. It was a druidic terror campaign. Extinguish all fires, demand child sacrifices at doors, leave a hollowed gourd lit with human fat as a pass sign, so the death squad skip your house. That's the origin of trick-or-treating and jack-o'-lanterns, pure evil wrapped in cute costumes. The elites still practice it, the children can still disappear, but the white hats know. The tribunals are loaded. Gitmo just survived a Cat 7 test storm perfectly. FEMA ships already docked. Pierce reinforced space for thousands more. Juan confirms mass arrests are rolling. The 2020 steal is not over. International emergency declared. Tina Peters is days away from liberation. Trump demanded her release 3 times when the paper ballot executive order drops. Hand count, precinct level, no machines, national emergency invoked. No judge can stop it. Commander-in-chief authority overrides everything. Voter rolls wiped. Illegals out. Only citizens vote. Counted where cast. The boomerang is returning. Esther 17 moment. Everything the cabal planned is flipping back on them tenfold. Maduro's $50 million bounty is live. Ramaphosa next. Serbia server farms owned half by Brennan going down. 71 countries rigged. Not anymore. Trump bombed Iran's bunkers, not for Israel, for the world. The nuclear threat those demons built is finished. This is it, Anons. 10 days of darkness coming. Power goes out. Phones go dark. EBS activates. Tribunal broadcasts. The monsters cry for mercy that they never gave children. The military is loyal. Trump is in full control. The storm isn't approaching. It's here. Stay strong. Pray hard. The greatest awakening in history is now unfolding. Nothing can stop what is coming. Saturday, February 14th, while America slept, Pam Bondi sent a 6-page letter to Congress. Inside it, 318 names. Presidents, princes, billionaires, Hollywood icons, Wall Street titans. Every single one connected to Jeffrey Epstein. This is the list they said would never be released. Trump released it anyway. Mr. Poole, the final chapter on Telegram. The names that shook the world. Barack and Michelle Obama in the files. Prince Harry in the files. Bill Gates in the files. Mark Zuckerberg in the files. Bill Clinton in the files. Woody Allen in the files. 318 of the most powerful people on earth, all in one document, all released by one president. Bondi's letter was clear. No records were withheld or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. No protection, no cover-ups, no mercy. But here's what they're not telling you. The 318 names, that's the public list. Buried in the letter is one sentence that changes everything. Individuals whose names were redacted for law enforcement sensitive purposes are not included. Read that again. There is a second list, names so dangerous, so powerful, that releasing them would compromise active federal investigations. These are not celebrities mentioned in a newsletter. These are targets, people being investigated right now by Trump's DOJ. People who don't know yet that the walls are closing in. Representative Nancy Mace read the list and immediately posted, there are missing names. She knows, Bondi knows, Trump knows. The 318 are the ones they can show you. The ones they can't show you yet, those are the ones who should be terrified. The dominoes are already falling. While the media debates celebrity names, look at what's actually happening. Prince Andrew under criminal investigation. Former PM Prime Minister Jagland criminally charged. France, special investigation team formed. Austria, Epstein-linked banker arrested. Goldman Sachs top lawyer resigned. Nobel Committee chairman raided. 6 countries, 15 plus resignations, 4 criminal investigations, and that's just from the public list. Imagine what happens when the secret list drops. Trump didn't just release files, he released a weapon. 318 names was the warning shot. The kill shot is coming. Nothing can stop. What we think we know as of Tuesday, February 17, 2026. Monday, February 16th, President Trump is deploying 200 troops to Nigeria to train local forces to destroy Islamists, per Wall Street Journal. In 2025, Trump warned the Islamists there'd be hell to pay if they didn't stop. Now the bills come due. The MAGA wire on Telegram. Monday, February 16th, it's over. Minnesota counties just caved. ICE is now being let into the jails to take custody of illegal aliens before they are released back onto the streets. That's right, no more catch and release, no more dumping criminals back into communities. This is unprecedented. Cooperation. Instead of 8 to 10 officers chasing criminals through neighborhoods, 1 to 2 officers assume custody safely inside jails. Result, safer communities, safer officers, fewer criminals on the streets. More resources to remove real public safety threats. This is what smart law enforcement looks like. Efficient, lawful, effective. Minnesota was forced to choose between ideology and safety. They chose safety. The dam is breaking. Cue the Storm Rider on Telegram. Monday, February 16th, Fox News. 20 CIA and FBI agents dropped a nuke on Obama by confirming that Barack Obama and a former CIA director fabricated the Russia hoax, which was locked away in a CIA vault for nearly a decade to discredit President Trump's election by manipulating intelligence. Monday, February 16th, newly released intelligence, declassified by Tulsi Gabbard, shows that the Obama administration weaponized U.S. intelligence to sabotage the 2016 transition of power. This was not rumor or speculation. These are official findings. JFK Secrets on Telegram. Monday, February 16th, Charlie Kirk noticed something about Zohran Mamdani no one noticed. Monday, February 16th, bombshell release. Here's the full Epstein client list. Attorney General Pamela J. Bondi just released the names. Global elites, U.S. presidents, tech billionaires, and Hollywood stars exposed in DOJ files. Gazette Teller. Monday, February 16th, explosive report. Whistleblower reward announcement. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent launches whistleblower program to expose fraud. Up to 30% rewards for patriots who step forward. Military and DARPA behind toxic and geoengineering. Dane Wigington stuns Tucker Carlson with what's being sprayed in U.S. skies. And Monday, February 16th, bombshell reveal RFK Jr. exposes the government agency behind America's geoengineering nightmare. We think it's DARPA. Military secrets leaked, video, AMG News. Health. Monday, February 16th, shock. Hackers have hacked into the Freemasons database. What they saw surprised them greatly. They have the Masons' entire plan to take over the world from 1950 to 2050. The hackers created Edward Snowden Intel channel and leaked all the information there. Everyone obeys the Masons, including even America and China. No one can escape their plan. Government fraud. Monday, February 16th. WOAH U.S. Representative Tim Burchett exposes Congress reps give military contractors no-bid contracts and then buy stocks in those companies right before awarding the contracts. Benjamin Fulford on Telegram. U.S. Representative Tim Burchett says Congress makes 500 to 600% return on their investments when doing this insider trading scam, and that Congress did this during the Ukraine war. I'll give you a great example. When Joe Biden gave our missile defense system to Ukraine, we give them our missile defense system and then we have to replenish ours. Some of those contractors we described get a multi-billion with a B dollar no bid contract. And who do you think has bought stock in that company? Members of Congress. 2 weeks prior to the president making that official notice, they are making 500 to 600 and 600% return on investment. War is great for business. It's great for the economy, but it's not good for, I don't think it's good for ourselves. War is great for business. Voter fraud. Monday, February 16th. Dominion rigging systems. September 14th, 2021, Gavin Newsom recall election. Live on CNN. 351,709 votes magically disappears from the yes total. 2.2 million minus 1.8 million equals around 351,709. This is called a glitch, a phenomenon that mysteriously favors Democrats exclusively by default. In other words, Governor Gavin Newsom is no governor, and if you were around in 2020, you'd know about the glitch too. Shasta County, California, Board of Supervisors voted in a 3-2 vote to terminate contract with Dominion Voting Systems. Governor Gavin Newsom and other state officials then stepped in to stop the plan. How dare they use Dominion Voting Systems that we know steals elections? On October 4th, Newsom signed a law limiting counties from hand counting ballots. That's the only honest way to get an election done. White Hat's on Telegram. So, yeah, they don't want to not be able to cheat. Monday, February 16th, 2026, 3,251 illegal aliens were caught being registered to vote in Alabama. Now imagine how many illegals are registered to vote in deep blue states like California. Monday, February 16th in Maricopa County, Arizona, 25% of the mail-in ballots during the 2020 election did not have a signature match. To be precise, 420,987 out of 1.9 million did not have a signature match. That is not an anomaly. That is intentionally and knowingly stealing an election. Monday, February 16th, Georgia senator uncovers ghost registered voters. He also exposes Mark Zuckerberg paid for mobile voting units in Democrat precincts. So they registered a bunch of fake voters at random places, then paid for drivers to drive around and collect the ballots. This mobile voting unit driving all around Fulton County, collecting ballots from people who would show up at a precinct that maybe wasn't a precinct that would be open on that day. But they used Zuckerberg money to deploy these mobile voting units to 80% Democrat precincts, of course. But then if you fast forward to today, you've got all of these illegal voters registered to vote. UPS stores, packed mail, empty lots, abandoned buildings, homeless shelters that have been closed since 2017. It's just Monday, February 16th, Michael Aquino, Anton LaVey, MK Ultra, and Satanism in America, Edward Snowden on Telegram. From 1969 to 1990, Michael Aquino was Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Army Reserves, was a psychological warfare specialist. He also worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency as a program analyst. Most importantly, Aquino was a self-proclaimed Satanist who was serving in the U.S. military. And Jessie Sabodar, she talks about Michael Aquino being in the programs that she was subjected to. Aquino worked together with Anton LaVey, who was one of the founders of the Church of Satan itself. He later started his own satanic church known as the Temple of Set. Satanism involves many different types of beliefs. As early as 1980, the putrid history of Aquino's involvement in pedophilia and mind control, learned through government ops and Satanism, was exposed. This is where Satanism, MK Ultra, PSYOPs, and everything else collide because they are all related to one another. The following provides a short historical record of events that ties Aquino to a larger criminal syndicate operating through the Satanic Church and the U.S. government and reveals his position within it. Nasara Jasara fully activated in 209 nations. Worldwide debt jubilee executed. Soon, zero balances on mortgages, credit cards, student loans, illegitimate taxes. Trump's constitutional republic stands tall. The golden age is here. Praise the Lord. Before the disaster, billionaires like Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, and Oprah Winfrey were buying up land on Maui just months before the fire. Oprah Winfrey bought 870 acres. There appeared to be a plan in motion for global elites to take over the valuable land. Hawaii's Democrat Governor Josh Green, Maui Mayor Richard Bison, and Lahaina Police Chief John Pelletier, who strangely was Lahaina's coroner and also at the Las Vegas shootings, were thought loyal to the deep state in a well-planned attempted takeover of valuable native Hawaiian land for their model smart city, which was designed to gain complete control over the population. Back in August 2023, as the massive fire raged so hot it melted tires, Maui police were ordered to help FEMA employees block escape routes from Lahaina, the historical capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii. Those who did bypass the blockades reported that FEMA authorities had issued an order to set up those blockades 2 days before the so-called wildfires even began. The resultant road jam imprisoned hundreds of native Hawaiians who died in their cars as the fires raged around them. In addition, and just like in the California fires, the government cut off the water supply so firefighters could not contain the blazes. Now, 2.5 years after fires destroyed Lahaina, Maui, the Front Street Business District remained in ruins, as did residential districts. Over 2,000 homes were destroyed. As of today, only 285 were under construction, while 55 have been completed. There were 22,207 structures destroyed altogether. After the disaster, and with the financial help of religious groups, FEMA bought 167 units of tiny homes for survivors, but the rent was too high. 2,500 survivors have been living on the beaches for the last 2.5 years and being fed by volunteers. The Red Cross helped with meals for a few months, but that aid ended years ago. Any help from FEMA and the government was ending in 2026. Even though FEMA personnel were present before and during the disaster, survivors claimed they provided little help. Over 1 in 6 survivors say from FEMA personnel just to obtain basic supplies. Wow. Banks were now threatening foreclosures on many homes, all long burnt to the ground. One woman said the government was billing her maintenance fees for her condos that no longer existed. On Sunday, August 6, 2 days before the DEW attacks, 2,500 FEMA personnel began arriving in Honolulu 2 days before the fires began. How did they know? You would think they knew a disaster was about to happen. All then flew to Maui and booked themselves into $1,000 a night luxury hotels 2 days later, as Lahaina burned, most all were 100 miles away back in Honolulu, suggesting that the diabolical agency knew that parts of Maui would be set ablaze. In that same 2 days prior to the fires, Herman Andaya, Maui's top emergency management official, and Eric Leckie, FEMA Mission Support Associate Administrator, met in Lahaina, according to videos in possession of the White Hat military alliance, which sent in U.S. Marines to get control of the situation. The footage also shows Andaya giving Leckie a tour of Lahaina and advising him where to set up barricades to keep citizens trapped in what would become a disaster zone. On Wednesday, August 16th, a week or so after the Maui disaster, U.S. Marines were in Lahaina. Word had come that Maui police and a National Guard infested with CIA agents were supporting FEMA workers' blockages, both by land and by sea, of food, water, and needed supplies from reaching Lahaina. Refusing to hand out food and water to desperate survivors had closed down a desperately needed food situation, and 2 days before the fires began had secured a media blackout within a 12-mile range surrounding Lahaina that had no cell phone or internet coverage. The Marines found on Front Street in Lahaina a uniformed police officer shooting a pedestrian in the back for unknown reasons. The cop then spotted a bystander filming the incident on a cell phone and shot him too. He was the fifth cop late Wednesday afternoon. The Marines also found bloated, bullet-riddled bodies that floated face down in the ocean, and Hawaii National Guardsmen and tourists. FEMA and the Red Cross were not only refusing to give out food and needed essentials, but were forbidding citizens access to nearby food and water and shelter. Sunday, February 15th, NESARA will soon be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. ISO 20022 on Telegram. After NESARA is announced, the emergency broadcast system will activate to make announcements over cell phones across the globe. The first EBS announcement will say that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home and a global lockdown will begin for 10 to 12 days. During that lockdown, it will be broadcast on every station, and there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see everything that has been happening. At the end of the 12 days, apparently there will be an 800 number that we can call to get an appointment at an official redemption center. There, we will set up our personal money account on the new financial system. About 75 cabal banks have been seized, with all their assets and accounts closed. These assets were moved to the quantum financial accounts to be returned to the people. It was also confirmed that all the central banks have been taken over, with assets entered into the quantum financial system. Apparently, everyone across the globe already has a sum of money in a quantum account. Personal bank accounts have been mirrored onto your own quantum financial account. All trust funds were moved to QFS accounts. All our bank accounts, savings accounts, and retirement accounts were safe on the new system. What has not been transferred to the quantum system were investments and shares on the stock market. All that is gone. So if you have an investment in the stock market, take it out. The stock market will crash, and when it does, it will be the end of it. A new stock market will be launched when the QFS indicates that it can operate. The stocks on that market will be asset-backed, not like on the old system that was badly manipulated for the good of the cabal. Everything in the QFS was on the ISO 20022 standard. This is blockchain, and nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. They can see where it goes. This stops corruption in its tracks. No money can be secretly moved. Now we are in the final steps. Over time, money will no longer be important because everyone will have enough to live an abundant life. Sunday, February 15th, 2026, NESARA, EBS, The Golden Switch. Web 3.0, ISO 20022 on Telegram. 3 headlines. One engine, QFS, is mapping the old grid, while EBS arms the narrative cut over. What they won't explain: maintenance outages at major banks, screens blank, balances flicker to zero, sudden downgrade talk on U.S. debt, bonds wobble, pundits stutter, Congress rushes a stable coin bill at midnight. They want your QR before the lights shift. What's moving behind the clouds? Starlink heartbeat is pulsing 528 hertz at the top of each hour. When it climbs to 741 hertz, EBS goes live. Treasury mirrors have the Fed and read only. Any payment without a quantum handshake is sandboxed. Redemption hubs received fresh metal tags. Red Shield firmware. Push to nodes at dawn. That only happens when seized bullion loads onto sovereign ledgers. When the screen goes cold gold. Don't drive, convoys get priority. If your device shows a cipher wheel plus timestamp, you're on the real feed. Anything else is a spoof. Screenshot today's balances, compare after the hash drop, watch liabilities shrink. Be the calm anchor for two neighbors, explain, don't argue. Truth needs oxygen, not volume. What the broadcast will do, cut legacy media permanently. Run tribunals, confession reels, and archive drops on loop. Trigger first wave U.S. Treasury note credits into verified wallets. Open builder credits for water grids, food hubs, veteran care, Q classrooms, and terminal cases and veterans. Why this image matters. Gold isn't just metal, it's lawful frequency. EBS carries that frequency. QFS writes it into value. The soldiers, they're not invading. They're guarding the doorway while humanity walks through. You ask for proof, the storm is here. This is the thunder before the downpour. Hold the line, sync your wallet, archive everything. NESARA is not a rumor. It's the operating system booting under your feet. Global Currency Reset, Sunday, February 15th. Get ready for the Global Currency Reset, the quantum financial system, the Black Swan event, and the NESARA DESARA Trump SARA revolution. Project Odin Martial Law on Telegram. The National Economic Security and Reform Act, or NESARA, is more than just an acronym. It is the genesis of an unprecedented global economic revolution. Introduced in the United States, NESARA encompasses a series of financial reforms aimed at eliminating the systematic flaws of our current economic apparatus. Imagine a world where inflation is a term consigned to the history books, where debt is an archaic concept, and where prosperity is not a privilege but a right. That is the world that NESARA promises to create. As the name suggests, the concept gained attention during the term of U.S. President Donald Trump. Considered by many to be an extension or variation of NESARA, Trump SARA aims to implement a series of radical financial reforms on a global scale. The essence of Trump SARA lies in its ambition, a vision to restore financial power to the people and maintain economic justice everywhere in the world. As we delve deeper into NESARA and Trump SARA, we discover many of their pillars. Among the most profound is the idea of a global currency reset, or GCR. This implies an economic reset that creates fiscal balance between nations, a stark contrast to the traditional power dynamics we see in the world economy today. But what does all this mean for you and me? That means we are on the brink of change. Enormous and unprecedented change. NESARA and Trump SARA are more than just financial buzzwords. They are harbingers of a world where economic equality reigns, where wealth is not hoarded but shared, where the power of the dollar is restored, and where the chain of debt is finally broken. Judy note, it is advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. Restored Republic, Sunday, February 15th, huge update. The storm is here. There is now military law under GESARA, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. 57 deep state banks have been wiped out in the last 72 hours. Daily executions at Gitmo, troops deploying nationwide. Starlink under heavy fire from the cabal, but it's holding strong as the ultimate quantum shield. Trump is commanding a global military alliance across 200 plus countries. This isn't politics, this is war on land, sea, air, cyber, and space. The quantum financial system is live. Trillions in stolen wealth are being seized and returned to the people. Wealth redistribution, the end of the cabal's control. Starlink isn't just internet, it's the battlefield grid. Quantum accurate targeting, defense shields, and counter strikes that have already neutralized rogue missiles, drones, and frequency attacks from Ukraine to Antarctica. Gitmo is a fortress of justice now. AI courts, quantum encrypted trials, biometric records, confessions flowing. The traitors are finished. The last phase is unfolding. 10 days of darkness incoming. The world you knew is over. The Great Awakening is. Guru Information and Intel, Sunday, February 15th, this week. The mainstream media blackout confirms it. Congress is collapsing under its own filth. President Trump activated Nisara Jasar. Poverty ended. New golden age dawning. The cabal's media puppets rage as their empire crumbles. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Massive shockwaves hit as FBI Director Kash Patel exposed that 60 deep state pedophile senators and over 9,000 corrupt bankers face charges in federal and military courts, with sweeping arrests underway. Patel dropped another bomb. Deep state operative Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, hauled into federal court for ties to Epstein. Her lawsuits exposed elite names and government complicity, triggering asset freezes and warrant waves that shred conservative fronts. What we think we know as of Monday, February 16, 2026. Sunday, February 15th, the enormity of what is coming will shock the world. Archbishop Viggiano's explosive warning on global blackmail, Pizzagate, Hillary Clinton, John Podesta. Sunday, February 15th, Operation Skywatch ignited. Trump and RFK Jr. launch global crackdown on chemtrails. Arrests imminent. This is Nuremberg 2.0 and it's happening now. Sunday, February 15th, Steve Robinson with the Maine Wire noticed something strange. Autism centers in Maine also have ties to Arizona, so he investigated one. The same owner of locations in Maine and Arizona just so happens to be a lawyer for Catholic Charities. What are the odds? It's a giant money laundering fraud network. The founder of Golden Home Group Services in Maine has a sober home in Arizona, in addition to being an immigration lawyer for Catholic Charities. Sunday, February 15th, breaking. The U.S. Senate has just failed to advance the DHS funding bill, which means DHS will likely shut down tomorrow night. Fetterman was the lone Democrat to vote in favor. These idiots aren't shutting down ICE because ICE is fully funded for the year. They're shutting down the Coast Guard, TSA, cybersecurity agencies, and more. Democrats are putting our country at risk for pure politics. Disgusting. Government fraud. Sunday, February 15, 2026. Fraud. Dr. Oz found 42 hospices in a 4-block area in Van Nuys, California that soaked the U.S. taxpayer out of $16 million. This time it's not Somalis, it's Russians, all being uncovered because Nick Shirley and David Wheaton said enough is enough. 17th letter on Telegram. Sunday, February 15th, John Rocker investigates the Jubba Value Center. This center is registered as this address to audit Somali daycares in Minneapolis and Columbus, Ohio. A door is welding shut, and it's clear it's been abandoned for years. It doesn't even have lights. This is organized fraud. Cue the Storm Rider on Telegram. And Sunday, February 15th, 2026, before he was suicided, John McAfee exposed the largest drug and human traffickers in all of Central America. Angry at Belizean officials for raiding his property on bogus charges, McAfee donated laptops preloaded with spyware to many secretaries within the government. Within a week, the entire government computer system was under my control. I was looking for information that they had set me up for the raid. I didn't find that. I did find out that the Minister of National Defense was the largest drug trafficker in all of Central America, and the Minister of Immigration was the largest human trafficker. Election fraud. Sunday, February 15th, forensic experts testified under oath that election systems Is Dominion able to remotely connect to these election systems? Yes. Are they able to do that without detection? Yes. Are you aware of any instances where that has occurred? Yes. Forensic experts testified under oath that election systems in Gwinnett County, Georgia, Colorado, Michigan, and other swing states were remotely accessed from Belgrade, Serbia by Serbian nationals during the November 3, 2020 election, effectively overthrowing the United States government. JFK Jr. on Telegram. Sunday, February 15, 2026, 138 voters registered at a commercial address in Georgia. Georgia law says voters cannot be registered at a commercial address. David Haight, it's blatant. These suspicious places where a ton of people are registered to vote from. 138 people don't live here. Cue the storm rider on Telegram. Sunday, February 15th, Dominion forensic images confirm, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that an anonymous user logged onto the election management system remotely in Antrim County, Michigan, on November 5th, 2020, and tampered with the database of the 2020 election. We have now proved that there was direct access to the Antrim County election management system. On November 5th, we can see in the forensic images that an anonymous user logged into the EMS remotely with escalated privileges and made changes to the database while they were trying to retabulate the election. Additionally, the Dominion forensics images also confirm that the black solid boxes on the side of ballots were deliberately tampered with in order to generate an automatic error or adjudication in Republican ballots only. In other words, Maricopa County, the Arizona 2022 general election. 2020 was no election, it was a treasonous conspiracy. Raid Michigan at once. Sheriff Dar Leaf, I am investigating the role that some individuals inside the United States have played in conspiring with Serbian foreign nationals, and who have even directed and instructed them to access and interfere with electronic voting machines and electronic voting systems during past elections, including the overthrow of the U.S. government in the November 2020 election. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Sunday, February 15th, Democrat Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold sent out 30,000 mailers to illegals telling them to register to vote. In 2022, your office sent out mailers to 30,000 non-citizens, inviting them to register to vote. That same year, your office used Colorado's ballot tracking system to send messages to specific Coloradans encouraging them to vote when in fact they had already voted. The White House on Telegram. Sunday, February 15th, Historic Bond Redemption 2026. The Forgotten Wealth That Could Shake the Global System. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Buried for decades, discredited by design, locked behind vault doors in silence, historic bonds are not dusty antiques. They are sovereign promises tied to gold, land, and real reserves that were never fully honored. As the financial world trembles under unsustainable debt, these instruments are being pulled back into the conversation, not as myths, not as collectibles, but as potential leverage against a fiat system built on expansion without backing. The vaulted truth. Before central banks dominated global finance, nations issued handwritten certificates backed by tangible wealth. Monarchs, treasuries, and empires signed binding obligations promising repayment in gold or secured assets. These were the original bonds. They predate modern debt markets. They existed before currencies became detached from intrinsic value. Many were never redeemed. Instead of repayment, the world transitioned into paper money systems that allowed credit creation without hard limits. The old obligations became inconvenient, so they were sealed away, legally disputed, politically ignored, and publicly dismissed. What are historic bonds? Historic bonds are government-issued debt certificates, created decades or even centuries ago, often backed by gold or land reserves, printed on parchment, embossed with official seals, and signed by state authorities. Frequently cited examples include Chinese dragon bonds issued during the Qing era, German pre-World War II bonds linked to reparations, Philippine victory notes issued after World War II, and bonds tied to post-World War I restructuring agreements. They were not symbolic, they represented real value. Why they were not honored? After World War II, the Bretton Woods framework centralized financial power and gradually shifted the world toward fiat currency. Honoring massive gold-linked obligations would have required transferring substantial wealth back to sovereign holders and legacy trusts. It would have exposed layers of synthetic debt stacked over unresolved sovereign promises. So the narrative changed. If it is old, it is invalid. If it is not in the digital system, it does not matter. But age alone does not cancel a contract. Who holds them? Most people will never see a historic bond. Some remain in private safes, generational trusts, royal archives, and sovereign foundations. Certain tribal councils and legacy families claim custodianship of forgotten national wealth instruments. If even a fraction of these claims were verified and legally enforced, the implications would ripple across global balance sheets. Why they matter now? Because they represent a challenge to unchecked debt, expansion. Redemption of legitimate instruments could force re-evaluation of sovereign liabilities, reserve disclosures, and the relationship between gold and currency. It shifts the debate from printed credit to verifiable backing, from abstraction to substance. Fraud warning. Where mystery exists, scams follow. Digital-only certificates, unverifiable prosperity packages, and bonds with no documented chain of custody flood online spaces. No lineage, no original signatures, no embossing, no legal documentation, no value. Authenticity requires documented history, notarization, and enforceable recognition under international law. Final thought. Historic bonds symbolize unresolved chapters of global finance. Whether they become catalysts for reform or remain locked in litigation depends on verification, law, and geopolitical will. History is not always erased. Sometimes it is sealed in vaults, waiting for the moment when someone demands that a promise backed by gold be honored. Sunday, February 15th. In 2009, one man tried to expose everything. His name was Alfredo Rodriguez. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. Alfredo Rodriguez was Jeffrey Epstein's personal butler. He had the black book. Every name, every phone number, every address of every person who visited Epstein's properties. He knew what happened behind those doors, and he tried to sell it to the FBI for $50,000. The sting. On a hidden camera, Rodriguez sat across from a man he thought was a buyer. He didn't know it was an undercover FBI agent. Rodriguez told him. This book, Epstein himself created it. He called Ghislaine Maxwell, a very powerful lady from England. He said the book contained names that would bring down governments. So what did Obama's FBI do with this information? They arrested Rodriguez. Not Epstein, not Maxwell, not the names in the book, the butler. He was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison for obstruction of justice. Epstein got a message in his private wing of a county jail. Then Rodriguez died. 2014? 3 key witnesses, all dead. None testified. Coincidence? What Trump just did on January 31st, 2026? Trump's DOJ released the FBI sting video of Rodriguez. The video Obama's FBI buried for 17 years. The world finally saw the butler who tried to warn them. But Trump didn't stop there. 3 million pages, emails, flight logs, the black book, hidden camera footage from Epstein's mansion, everything Obama hid, everything Biden buried, everything the deep state swore would never see daylight. Trump released all of it, and now the world is on fire. February 12th, Norway's former prime minister raided, charged with corruption. February 13th, Goldman Sachs top lawyer resigned. She called Epstein Uncle Jeff. She was Obama's White House counsel. February 14th, France announced a special investigation team to probe French nationals in the files, reopening the Brunel case. UK, Prince Andrew under police investigation. Norway, criminal probe expanding. France, special team formed today. Slovakia, security advisor gone. Sweden, UN official resigned. 7 countries, 15 plus resignations, 3 criminal investigations, all because one president had the courage to open the files. Rodriguez tried to warn us in 2009. They silenced him. Trump made sure his sacrifice wasn't in vain.
All right,